છે 1-2 કરવા માટે લાયા આ બધી
આપણા કેમેરા માટે લાયા હે ને
1-2 હું પીપીટી એવું ચાલે ને એની વાળે તો આપણે થોડું ચાલે. ગૌતમ પણ નહીં બોલો ના ના એ નથી એ સ્લગ નથી સ્લગ છે ગિફ્ટ સિટી હર્ષંદ્રી આ કરતો કરતો મારે એક જ મિનિટ કરી જોજે ત્યાં કન્વર્ટ કરવાનું હોય કરી લેજે પાછું આપણું રેગ્યુલર ઓકે થઈ ગયું કનેક્ટ ઓકે સુનિલ અને આમાં પિક્ચરમાં ઓકે હે બધું સ્વિમિંગ હા આવે છે હા ચાલ આને બધું ત્યાં નહીં આવતો ઓડિયો આવતો નથી વિડીયો આવે છે
એનો પેલામાં ભરાઈ ગયો તો ઓડિયો પાસ થઈ જાય.
હા
આમાં બે કેમેરા છે ને
પીપીટી ને એવું ચલાવવા માટે આ મિક્સર નથી આ તો હવે આપણે
નહીં આ તો એ નહીં છે ને બજાઈ જશે જવાબ આપવો પડશે.
અમારે તો તઈ કેમેરા
ઇવેન્ટ વાળા જવાબ આપશે એ નહીં મીડિયામાં ના મીડિયા કરતા બધા એમના આપીએ પ્રોવાઈડ કરીએ આમ તો વાંધો નહીં એના એનો પોતાનો
બ્લુ લાઈટ કેવી મારે એને ક્યાં રેડ કરને કે
યલો રખાય તો
આમાં આપણે રેડ ચડાવવો એટલે બિંગ આવશે કહ્યું ને પહેલાં કહી દઉં બોલો એટલે ખબર પડે ત્યાં બી
Yeah, there we go. That is. Good morning, everyone. We're just running a little bit late with the Honourable Minister just finishing up a few meetings. So if you could just be with us and bear with us for the next 10 to 15 minutes, we'll get started right away. But thank you so much for joining us for what will be a very special couple of days. So we'll see you in about 10 to 15 minutes. Thank you.
અહીંયાથી ડબિંગ કેટલું બધું છે શું કરે
ભાઈ એકવાર ચેક કરી લેજો ડાયરેક્ટ ઓડિયો નહીં આવતું ભાઈ બીજા માઇકનો કોઈ ઓડિયો નથી બીજા કોઈ માઇકનો ઓડિયો નથી નથી આવતું એમ્બિયન્સ આવે મેકઅપ થી વાત અલગ ઉભા રહો કરો
એ તો હું ચેનલ બંધ કરતા હું
એક જ લાઈન ચાલુ રાખો ખાલી કાં પછી 2 લાઈન કરજો એમાં ઓડિયો
All right, good morning. I think everyone's in. Nice to see a lot of fresh faces, a lot of familiar faces in the room as well from across industry. But welcome to the Australia-India Sports Excellence Forum in 2025, a first of its kind gathering of some of the finest minds in elite sport, education, and across industry from both of our great sporting nations. I'm Suhail Chandok, and as someone who spent almost 5 years in Australia playing sport there before heading back and living a life of sport over the last decade and a half, it's an absolute honor to be your host for the next couple of days. But before we get on to the serious stuff, I think it's right to put the elephant in the room aside, or should we say the kangaroo in the room? Sorry, I had to go there. We're sorry about last night's encounter, guys. Let's be honest, we're not actually sorry, but we've faced enough of it in the past. Nice to get one back up against it as well. But the good news is, today we're on the same team, and for the next couple of days, it's going to be all about collaborative efforts. It's going to be about finding opportunities for greater cooperation between Australia and India across Olympic and Paralympic goals, elite and Paralympic sports talent, sports science, industry, and technology as well. I'm sure there will be plenty of friendly banter along the way, but I think it's going to be an insightful couple of days. So today is about taking the best of what India and Australia bring to sport, whether it's Australia's high-performance systems, India's growing sporting ambitions, or just our shared passion for winning and turning it into something quite bigger. So let's dive in, have some fantastic discussions, and maybe, just maybe at the end of it all, we'll allow them to borrow a couple of our fast bowlers to train the lot there as well. Just kidding. We'll get there in just a bit. But welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Australia-India Sports Excellence Forum. Let's make it an inspiring one over the next 2 days. All right, we have a room filled with plenty of distinguished guests and leaders of industry, as you can see, and it's my absolute pleasure, first up, to invite His Excellency Philip Green, Australia's High Commissioner to India, to the stage. Hi, welcome. May I please now invite the Minister of State for Youth Affairs and Sports, the Honourable Raksha Khadse, to please join us on stage. Mr. Green, if you could please felicitate Srimati Raksha Khadse. Please. If you could please stay with us on stage, ma'am. May I please call upon, ma'am, can we please have you stay on stage? Thank you. Thank you. May I also please call upon the Honorable Harsh Sanghvi, Gujarat Minister for Sports and Youth, to join us up on stage. And His Excellency to please felicitate the Honorable Harsh Sanghvi as well. Like a lovely picture of all three of you, please. Thank you, thank you. May I please now invite Paul Murphy, Australian Consul General for Western India, to the stage. Thank you, Mr. Murphy. We would love to felicitate a group of individuals that have really contributed in several ways to the sporting industry. May we please have first up Mr. Kieran Perkins, CEO of the Australian Sports Commission. And request you to please stay up on stage after you do receive your memento, please. May I please also call upon Colonel N.S. Johal, CEO of the Target Olympic Podium Scheme. Please stay up on stage if you don't mind, sir. Thank you. Mr. Adil Sumariwala, President of the Athletics Federation of India. Mr. Simon Hollingsworth, CEO of Athletics Australia. Mr. David Pryle, CEO of Hockey Australia. Mr. M. Tennarasan, Principal Secretary of the Sports Authority of Gujarat, please. May we please call upon Mr. Sandeep Sagle, Director General of the Sports Authority of Gujarat. Mr. Indrajit Vala, Secretary of the Sports Authority of Gujarat. Please join us up on stage. Ms. Robin Smith, OAM, Governing Board Member, International Paralympic Committee. Dr. Dipesh Shah, Executive Director, IFSCA. Thank you, sir. Dr. Monica Kennedy, Head of Austrade for South Asia. And finally, Manikant Sharma, Regional Director, Sports Secretary of India. And while we've got everyone up on stage, may I please invite back up on stage Minister of State, Gujarat Minister of Sports and High Commissioner as well. All three of you, could you please join us up on stage for a wonderful group picture with everyone up here as well. Maybe we can try and squeeze up this way a little bit as well. Makes for a great start to the day, a great picture as well. Just to your right a little bit if you don't mind. Thank you. Yeah, that works for you. I think we give them a little bit of energy, get the smiles going. There we go. Thank you everyone. Thank you. Well, time to officially kick things off for the next couple of days. So may I please request His Excellency, the High Commissioner Philip Green, to provide us with his opening remarks to start the day.
Well, good morning, namaskar, and Yumalundi. Yumalundi is the word in the language of the indigenous people from around our capital, Canberra. And in greeting you in this way, I'm demonstrating the respect of the Australian people and government and my High Commission to indigenous people here in India, in Australia, and all around the world. Welcome to the Australia-India Sports Excellence Forum, and thank you so much for joining us. I'm particularly honoured to welcome Srimati Rakshi Nikhil Kadze, India's Minister of State for Youth Affairs and Sports, to this forum. Honourable Minister of State, we are grateful that you have taken time out of your difficult schedule, and I know you made a big effort to be with us here this morning. I know that you have a deep interest in supporting Indian sport, and especially through improving performance, sport science, coaching and training. And I understand that you are strongly committed to continuing the success of Prime Minister Modi's Khelo India program and the Target Olympic Podium scheme to support India's elite athletes. I think both of us are looking forward to seeing how this forum will ignite ideas about how Australia can best be part of India's journey to furthering sporting success, including as you bid for the 2036 Olympics. Equally, I would like to welcome Gujarat Minister of Sports Harsh Sanghvi. Thank you for co-hosting this important event with us. We greatly appreciate your efforts in helping to organise this forum. I know that you have great commitment to the thriving sporting culture of Gujarat. After you brought back the National Games to Gujarat in 2022, you have not only continued to improve sporting infrastructure here, but you have also committed to sport as a broader tool for good. I have learnt of your commitment to using sport to improve public health and combat drug abuse amongst young people. Congratulations. I would also like to welcome the many other important visitors here. You will know, the Indians in the room should know that we have some of the top leadership of Australian sports here. Kieran Perkins, the CEO of the Australian Sports Commission. Robin Smith, the governing board member of the International Paralympic Committee. Simon Hollingsworth, CEO of Australian Athletics. David Pryles, CEO of Hockey Australia. I'm delighted that we have been able to bring the cream of Australian sports administration to this meeting. And to you, the other important Indians in the room, to Colonel Johal, to Dr. Sumiwala, to Mr. Thanarasan, Principal Secretary, to Sandeep Sagale, to Indra Jivala, thank you very much for making yourselves available. we look forward to this forum being a first and important step to a much deeper partnership between Australia, India, and Gujarat in sports. India is a country with a deep and ancient sporting tradition, a tradition that lives on in the present. The determination and commitment of Sri Arjuna in mastering the Dhunash can be seen in the Commonwealth Games success of Deepika Kumari. And when I think of Neeraj Chopra's Olympic gold and silver medal for javelin, I suspect many of those javelins soared like the Yudhishthira. It is inspiring to see India's ancient sports like Kabaddi and Kho-Kho find popularity all around the world, including particularly in Australia. Now is the time that sporting culture comes to the fore. India is a great sporting nation waiting to achieve its destiny. And Australia has much to offer India in its journey to reach its lofty goals. Our countries have a joint passion for sport. The obvious, of course, is cricket. Both sides have been fierce competitors, but great admirers of each other. It is rivalry that is now the most exciting rivalry in the world of cricket. I learn that the Indian national team's first international tour in 1947 as a newly independent nation was to Australia. And that riveting cricket rivalry has extended all the way through to last year as both sides competed for the Border Gavaskar Trophy. And last night, of course, Australia was not the victor and India showed its true capacity. We don't welcome the result, but we delight in the rivalry. Shabash, India. And now the rivalry and camaraderie we share in cricket is beginning to grow and diversify in other sports. Our hockey teams regularly face off to hone their international competitiveness. We'd love to see Australian football and rugby take off in India, noting the complementary skills of Indians from sports like Kabaddi. And there are people in this forum who are here to discuss collaboration in athletics, in gymnastics, in football, in swimming, and more. And further to that, we will learn during the forum that there is a whole ecosystem that comes together to support elite athletes, especially in Olympics, to ultimately win medals. I would note that there are many in this forum on the Indian side who can add to our understanding about that. We know of the many officials of sporting organisations, but I'm delighted that we are here joined today by senior officers from firms like Tata, Adani and Reliance who are deeply engaged. And in addition to that, we have Australian university presence, people who are experts in the business of sports science and sports business. Australia likes to imagine itself as a strong competitor in the Olympics. And in Paris last year, that was a good demonstration. Australia, a country of only 26, 27 million people, was fourth on the Paris medal table. Over the next 2 days, you will hear about our abilities to develop elite sport, but also our plans for hosting the 2032 Olympics in Brisbane. When it comes to sports management, we have a once-in-a-generation opportunity to work closely with India as it moves towards its 2036 Olympic ambitions. Australian expertise already makes a significant contribution towards India's sporting achievements. We are very proud that the Australian firm Populous helped design the iconic Narendra Modi Stadium here in Ahmedabad. Australian universities are global leaders on sports science and management. Deakin University, which operates a campus right here in Gift City, is already focusing in on what it can do to deliver sports education outcomes with India, for India, in India. And our consultations with Australia-Indian communities and sporting bodies show that there is more that can be done, including in relation to talent, inclusive participation, and sports tech. Just last November, Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Albanese met for their annual summit. Amongst a small range of conclusions that they made at that meeting, they chose to upgrade the bilateral collaboration that Australia and India have in sports. And last week, our Prime Minister launched a new roadmap for Australia's economic engagement with India. That includes the engagement of sports business and peak bodies engaging with Indian market as it expands, including in sports infrastructure, elite performance, and sports event management. At the end of the day, the reason why the Australian government is investing so strongly is not only our strong bilateral relationship, which is warm and friendly, and our complementary economies, but also in recognition of our people. The Indian diaspora in Australia is now the fastest growing migrant community in our country. It creates what Prime Minister Modi likes to call the human bridge. It now numbers 1 million people, which might not seem a lot in an Indian context, but for us in Australia, that's a very large number of people. That's 4% of our population. And we know that people of Indian origin in Australia are more likely than others in our country to be involved in community organisation, including in sports. This diaspora, a number of whom we are delighted to welcome here today, contribute substantially to our bilateral ties and deepening understanding of each other. They are also an important bridge in business, including in sports business, since they understand this culture and many of Indian languages, and they understand the way in which Australia works and what we have to offer. It's with these people-to-people links in mind that we have come today to build partnerships, to make the most of our values and rivalry, to enhance our competitiveness and our sporting culture. It's what both of our Prime Ministers wanted following their meeting last year. And more importantly, it's what our people want of us. So with that in mind, I'll be paying very close attention to the discussions we have at this conference, to what we can learn from each other here to help guide the way forward for Australia, for the Australia-India sports collaboration into the future. I thank you very much for your attention and your participation here today. I wish the forum every success.
Thank you, High Commissioner Green. I think it is that shared passion that brings us all under one roof, and no doubt there will be a lot that comes of the next 2 days. I'd like to now welcome the Honourable Minister for Sports and Youth Affairs of Gujarat, Shri Harsh Sanghvi, to provide his opening remarks.
Good morning, honorable dignitaries, distinguished delegates, esteemed representatives from Australia and India, industry leaders, sports professionals, and all stakeholders of sporting community. I welcome you all to the land of emotions, cultural heritage, and opportunities. I welcome you all to Gujarat. His Excellency Philip Green, Honorable Minister of Sports, Srimati Raksha Khadse ji, my dear friend Paul Murphy, कल हम सब ने एक ऐसा दिन देखा, yesterday we have witnessed one of the most interesting match between India and Australia. Kangaroos and Tigers both have performed so well. Both have posed each other at most. At the end, Tigers won. What I want to say is, this conference is best example of bonding between each other. This conference is best example of true friendship. Yesterday we were fighting, and today we are together on the same platform to share our expertise. This is the best example which many countries can learn from us. So I'm thankful to Mr. Philip and Paul for making this happen. It is an honor to host this prestigious forum in Gujarat, which marks yet another milestone in the deepening collaboration between India and Australia in the field of sports. As a state is deeply investing in sports development, Gujarat looks forward to meaningful collaboration with Australia in coming years, especially on matters related to expertise in hosting sporting events. Sports is not just competition. It is a unifying force, a driver of excellence, a key pillar of national progress. I am confident that this forum's discussion will pave the way of new partnership knowledge and collaborative pursuit of sporting excellence. India and Australia have always been fierce competitors on the field and trusted partners of it. Whether it's cricket, hockey, or the rising popularity of sports like football and tennis, our nations share a sporting DNA that thrives on resilience, dedication, and pursuit of greatness. Who can forget the historic Border Gavaskar Trophy clashes, where every series is more than just a game? It's a test of right strategy and spirit. On the Commonwealth Games, where Indian and Australian athletes push each other to new heights, forging friendship that go beyond national flags, our relationship in sports is a testament to how competition can drive and how rivalries can create respect. And this conference is one of the best examples. Beyond the game, we have a good cultural and strategic bonds. Cricket diplomacy has played a pivotal role in strengthening India and Australia ties, with legends like Bradley and Matthew Hayden embracing India as their second home, an Indian cricketer receiving heroes welcome in Australia. Australia's sports science and high performance training models have influenced Indian athletes, where India's deep-rooted sporting tradition from kabaddi and to wrestling have intrigued and inspired everyone. Today, as Gujarat looks towards further progressing its sporting prowess and potentially hosting mega sporting events, our collaboration must extend to sports education, technology, grassroots development, and infrastructure management. Australia's expertise in sports science, high performance training, coaching, and event management is globally recognized. By leveraging this expertise, Gujarat aims to create a more robust and inclusive sports ecosystem. Such partnership will equip our coaches, administrators, and sports scientists with world-class training, strengthening Gujarat's sports landscape from grassroots to elite levels. With Deccan University and University of Wollongong establishing their campuses in Gujarat, we see immense potential for joint programs in sports education, management, and coaching. Beyond education, we invite Australian corporate sponsors, technology providers, and industry partners to explore opportunities in Gujarat, expanding sports sector from stadium management and sports technology to athlete training program and development. There is a vast potential for mutually beneficial collaborations. Gujarat is committed to sustainability in sports infrastructure. We seek collaboration on green stadiums, eco-friendly sports facilities, and sustainable event planning. The Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel Enclave is envisioned and having highest international standards and sustainability principles with global best practices. Gujarat is a rising sporting powerhouse. Gujarat has always been a land of champions, warriors, and trailblazers. Today we are scripting a new chapter as a sport hub, aligning with Prime Minister Narendra Modi's vision of making India a global sporting superpower. The Narendra Modi Stadium, the world's largest cricket stadium, has become an iconic venue, witnessing historic sporting moments and other cultural events. Gujarat is investing heavily in sports infrastructure, training academies, and grassroots development, ensuring that the next generation of athletes get the world-class exposure they deserve. By share research on inquiry, prevention, rehabilitation, and high performance training, Gujarat and Australia can together set new benchmark in sports excellence. With advancement in AI-driven analytics, biomechanics, and data-driven coaching, we can revolutionize athlete training program and scouting methods. With partnership like Australia-India Sports Excellence Forum, we look forward to collaborating on high-performance training, sports, analytics, athlete exchange program, and joint research in sports science. India is investing in future of sports, means investing in youth. Gujarat is keen to learn from Australia's best practices in grassroots programs, school sports initiative, and athlete nurturing. By creating exchange program and mentorship opportunities, we can empower young athletes and provide them with global exposure. This partnership will help shape the next generation of sporting champions, benefiting both nations and the global sports communities. Australia has set global benchmarks in legacy planning, ensuring long-term benefits from major sporting events. Even after the conclusion, Gujarat is keen to adopt these best practices to maximize the post-event utilization of sports infrastructure, drive community engagement, and integrate sports facilities into urban development. By ensuring that our investments in sports create lasting social, economic, and community impact, we are committed to making Gujarat a sustainable, inclusive, and thriving sporting destination. In conclusion, Gujarat stands ready to collaborate, innovate, and invest in the future of sports alongside our Australian friends. Together, let us build a more connected, inclusive, performing sports ecosystem. I invite all stakeholders present today to explore opportunities in Gujarat and be part of this exciting journey. Thank you. And one more thing, Gujarat is having one of the best sports manufacturing policy. Those who are interested to set their unit for manufacturing in sports sector, Gujarat is one of the best land where you can get most of the opportunities. तो गुजरात में आपका स्वागत है। फिर से एक बार मैं आप सबका स्वागत करता हूं और गुजरात ये अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ की भूमि है, यहाँ लोगों के सपने साकार होते हैं। तो मैं आप सबका फिर से एक बार बहुत बहुत स्वागत करता हूं और मेरे सभी ऑस्ट्रेलियन दोस्तों का गुजरात की धरती पे मैं स्वागत करता हूं और मैं आशा रखता हूं आने वाले 2 दिन आपके लिए एक नई अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ और अनेक नई आशाएं और अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ वाले 2 दिन बनेंगे और आप ये 2 दिन गुजरात में यादगार बनाओ, ऐसी मेरी आप सबको शुभकामनाएं। थैंक यू।
Thank you so much for that, Honorable Minister. And I think we're glad to be here in Gujarat for these 2 days as well. I'd like to now invite and welcome the Honorable Union Minister for State for Youth Affairs and Sports for India, Srimati Raksha Khadseji, to please provide her opening remarks.
सबको मेरा नमस्कार। Distinguished member of the dais, Australian High Commissioner of India, His Excellency Mr. Philip Grinjin, Honorable Minister of Youth and Sports, Government of Gujarat, Harsh Sanghviji, all distinguished guests, representatives from Australia and India. It is with the immense pride and joy I welcome you all to Australia-India Sports Excellence Forum. It makes me happy that GIFT City of Gandhinagar, which stands tall as the Indian premier financial and technological hub, and it is also testimony of Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji vision of development, is hosting this historic forum. Passion for sports is a common thread that connects India and Australia. So far, this passion for sports has mainly been seen in area of cricket and hockey. Now, by the way of this forum, it is set to reach new area like talent development, sporting event management, inclusivity in sports, role of private sector in sports, role of education and sports science, while also promoting trade, tourism, and investment in sporting industries. This makes this forum a landmark movement in strengthening our bond in the domain of sports development. India, ambitious to host the Olympics in 2036, are proof of our country's increasing strength and determination and commitment. Initiatives like Khelo India, TOPS, Fit India, Asmita Leagues, Extra are example of our Honorable Prime Minister committed of strength in sports ecosystem in Bharat. Australia is a natural and crucial partner in this journey because of its rich sporting legacy and good prevent tracks record. Financially, I am confident that exchange like Australian Indian Sports Excellence Forum will contribute toward making India that भारत है स्पोर्ट्स सुपर पावर। और मुझे लगता है यहाँ पे आए हुए सभी इंडस्ट्रीज से, जैसे यहाँ पे हर्ष जी ने कहा कि गुजरात एक मेन स्टेट है जहाँ पे ये सब इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हम डेवलप कर सकते हैं, लेकिन उसके साथ ही मैं ये कहना चाहूँगी कि हमारे भारत देश में हमारे गुजरात के साथ हमें और स्टेट की तरफ भी फोकस करना है कि आने वाले दिनों में हम स्पोर्ट्स का कल्चर ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा बढ़ा पाए और हर स्टेट को हम एक साथ आगे लेके जाए। और जब 2036 में ओलंपिक यहाँ पे होस्ट होगा तो भारत एक साथ पूरा आगे बढ़ेगा। आज सभी का मैं यहाँ पे वापस एक बार स्वागत करती हूँ। आप सबको मेरी तरफ से शुभकामनाएं देती हूँ। थैंक यू। जय हिंद।
A big thank you to the Honorable Srimati Raksha Khadse ji, Honorable Harsh Sanghvi and His Excellency Philip Green for sharing their thoughts. A big round of applause for those opening remarks as well. We're about to move into our first panel of the day from here on, and I'm going to hand over to Kala Anand to take over the stage. Kala, it's over to you.
Good morning to distinguished guests. I think today is about a lot of preparation around the 2032 Brisbane Olympics, and we will lead into that session in terms of understanding how Brisbane is preparing for the 2032 Olympics, but importantly, what are some lessons for India as well. We'll just wait until the room settles for a moment. My name is Kala Anand, and I'm the Director for Sports Advisory from KPMG in India. It gives me immense pleasure to be here, and I kind of call this the twin pride. For one, because as a firm, KPMG has been very closely engaged with the Queensland government in the bid preparation for the Brisbane Olympics. But importantly, 15 years ago, as part of the Australian government based in India, I had the opportunity to actually curate our first sports sector strategy, and to actually see that 15 years later, to stand at a forum full of people who believe in this relationship is immensely validating. And I know I have colleagues here of 15, 20 years who've been on this journey with me. So thank you so much. It is fantastic to see that the meeting of minds that will happen here over the next couple of days and the merits this collaboration will bring. Before we head into this discussion about the Brisbane 2032 preparation and the learnings for India, I'd like to play a short video message from Honourable Minister Tim Mander, the Minister for Sport and Racing and the Minister for the Olympic and Paralympic Games, Queensland.
Hello, I'm Tim Mander, the Queensland Minister for Sport and Racing and Minister for the Olympic and Paralympic Games. I'd like to acknowledge Sri Harsh Sanghvi, Gujarat's Minister for Sports, Philip Green, Australia's High Commissioner to India, and Kieran Perkins, CEO of the Australian Sports Commission. Queensland and Gujarat share a deep passion for sport, and we are proud to partner with the Gujarat State Government and DFAT Mumbai to support this summit. Sport has the power to bring people and nations together, and through events like this, we are strengthening the ties between India and Australia, sharing knowledge and building pathways for future collaboration. As many of you know, Queensland is preparing to host the world's greatest sporting event, the 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games. While most events will take place in our capital, Brisbane, we are ensuring that the Games benefit communities right across our entire state. For us, hosting the Games is about more than just 2 weeks of competition. We are committed to delivering a legacy that lasts for generations, investing in world-class sports infrastructure, high-performance athlete pathways, and stronger international partnerships. Queensland is a leader in elite sports training and major event delivery. Our Queensland Academy of Sport has played a crucial role in shaping Australia's sporting success. At Paris 2024, Queensland athletes brought home more than half of Australia's Olympic medals, and our Paralympians won 28 of 63 national medals, a remarkable achievement. We're also proud to have launched the QAS Para Sport Unit, a groundbreaking initiative to expand pathways for Paralympic athletes and ensure more people with disabilities can reach their sporting dreams. As we look ahead to Brisbane 2032, Queensland is excited by the opportunities to collaborate with India, not just in high performance sport, but also in sports science, athlete development and major event planning. Earlier this year, we welcomed a delegation from Telangana, where they experienced firsthand our expertise in elite sports. We look forward to expanding these partnerships with more Indian states, federations and organisations. With less than 8 years to go, the journey to Brisbane 2032 is well underway. We welcome partnerships that will help shape the future of global sport. And before I go, I can't forget to mention cricket, a sport that truly unites India and Australia. With cricket joining the LA 2028 Olympic program, the competition is only getting stronger. I look forward to welcoming you all to Queensland in 2032. See you soon.
For our next panel, I'd like to invite Mr. Kieran Perkins and Robin Smith, please. While we do get set up, thank you. Take a leaf out of what happened in Paris. I mean, we had 10,500 athletes, 40 Olympians, 4,500 Paralympians, 52 billion spectators, 12 million viewers and spectators around the world, and you had about 45,000 volunteers. And that's just the scale of what things are going to come to Brisbane as well. And just to set the context of why 2032 Brisbane is such a critical Olympics for the world, because since the International Olympic Committee changed the norms, I think Brisbane would be the first Olympics under the new norms. The new norms aim to be slightly different from the previous norms, which is there is a long-term bearing around social, economic, and environmental impact, and a very close alignment with what the IOC is looking to do. So what we'll try and examine with you over the next 30 to 40 odd minutes is a bit about how is Brisbane preparing for delivering a games under those new norms, and how do you meet some of those goals, but importantly, what are some of those aspects that India needs to be quite aware of as we take on that mandate. So let me start with you, Robin, in that sense that one of the critical aspects of the Olympics in Brisbane is going to be the legacy, impact, and sustainability, which is a cornerstone on which the new IOC norms would actually be set. So there needs to be clear plans for legacy use of venue, of infrastructure, as well as skilled people. So I'm getting a sense from you in terms of how is Brisbane working the mandate around this as well. And I'll get comments from both of you on that.
Thanks. It is a really good question, and I think I'll just perhaps give a little bit of context. So the International Olympic Committee has a long-form agreement with the International Paralympic Committee. So I sit on the International Paralympic Committee Governing Board, and we follow that long-form agreement. So, as I said to some of you that were in the room before the Brisbane Test last year, unless the Paralympics is a critical component of your bid, it won't be successful. So it's really important that the Paralympics becomes critical in that area. I think the Brisbane 2032 obviously wants to be the most inclusive and diverse games ever. We can't just put it on paper in strategies. We have to be able to actually deliver it. And it is around the new norms. It's about making sure that the games, and games with an apostrophe at the end, both the Olympics and the Paralympics, are a catalyst to change in Australia. So it's getting more people playing sport more often. It's overcoming problems in our country with marginalisation, people that can't afford to play sport, don't think sport's for them, haven't been included in the past. So both the Olympics and the Paralympics are really working towards creating that change, that cultural change in Australia, to make sure we do meet our goals to be the most inclusive and diverse games ever. In terms of the norms, it's not, I guess, my level of expertise is more around the Paralympic inclusion end, but I know the legacy has involved many stakeholders from around Queensland and Australia. And might I say, and this may be the same here in India, that the Games need to represent our Oceania friends as well. There'll be no country in the Oceania region that will ever host a Games. So Australia, as good citizens, need to be mindful of our neighbours and make sure that it's not just Brisbane, not just Queensland, not just Australia, but also the Oceania region. And it's about bringing all the stakeholders together to have them have a say in what we want to look like beyond 2032. And I think previously in Australia, we benefited from Melbourne 56. I wasn't quite born, even though you might think I was. And then 2000, Sydney 2000, how it changed Australia, those two iterations of sporting events. And we really want to make sure that the 32 provides that catalyst. And again, environmental issues, making sure that the games are sustainable, carbon neutral. I think we've got to be carbon positive or carbon negative, which is it? Neutral works. And so they're all, you would have seen by the Paris Olympics and the Paralympics that the games were quite different to any previous games. So we've got 7.5 years left of planning to make sure we can meet those requirements. And again, the IOC is a humanitarian organisation as well as a sport organisation. So they're committed to making sure that the games change us culturally.
Yeah, thanks, Robin. Corinne, I'll come to a couple of those comments, but clearly, yes, the IOC wants to see a host city, state, nation clearly aligned with those priorities, and they want that demonstrated very clearly, and legacy outcomes are the new currency of the IOC, as they call that. So with Australia, now you've hosted the Olympics, you've hosted 2 Commonwealth Games, there is infrastructure. So what's new happening in terms of that existing infrastructure towards cost efficiency, towards making them more environmentally sustainable and accessible?
Look, it's actually been one of the more interesting elements of the new norm, because part of the change to the new norm was also that the old bid process, the old competitive bid process, is no longer in place. So communities weren't spending an enormous amount of money on the pitch. But it's also meant that Australia's had the games awarded to us 11 years out, and that's been a long time. 4 years have almost gone already, and we've spent probably a lot of that 4 years talking about what needs to be done as opposed to necessarily moving forward and getting on with it, which is where we're at that point now. And one of the big elements of that conversation has been obviously around the infrastructure. How do you provide for the community the games that need to be delivered to ensure that the government spend, the civic spend on these events, because Australia, it is a government-funded Olympic Games and Paralympic Games. It's one of the other elements of the new norm, which has been quite fascinating to watch with, for instance, Los Angeles in 28 being all privately funded. There'll be no government engagement there whatsoever.
and Paris probably sitting a little bit in the middle. But certainly for Australia, we know that this is a unique opportunity. Southeast Queensland, with Brisbane being the capital of Queensland and the main hub, these are developing areas of Australia. It's a rapidly growing population. It's an environment that needs a lot more infrastructure to support the needs of the community, not just from a sporting perspective, but transport, accommodation, and all of the other elements that a growing community needs. And so part of where the new norm engagement has come in and where we recognise the opportunity is that this isn't just about building something for a 2-week event or a 4-week event. This is about actually creating systemic, multi-generational change for the community of Southeast Queensland and ultimately Australia. And the legacy that comes from that is what we will see in the decades that follow the Games delivery themselves, knowing that those facilities that were created, the environment that was set up is utilised and is supporting the future development of not only sport, of course, but the community at large. And I think some of the projects that we've already talked about are evidence of that. I mean, the Minister, when he spoke, he mentioned that the Queensland Academy of Sport has delivered on the Paralympic training program in Queensland. This is something that we're doing nationally. And I see some of our colleagues from the University of Queensland here today. Those sorts of legacies to actually drive and develop programs of delivery which support the long-term evolution is really what the Olympic movement's trying to support and push.
Thank you. And I think, Robin, we had this discussion in the morning in terms of how most often we don't talk Olympic and Paralympic in the same way, and they are both equal, two eyes of the entire process. And India, interestingly, if there's one thing we, I think, do better than Australia is in our Paralympic medals. I mean, 2024, we had 46% of our total athletes in terms of medals, compared to Australia's 36 or 39%. So we're doing extremely well in Paralympics as a country. However, when you start thinking about not just infrastructure, but what else does it actually mean for let's say, a Queensland or the Brisbane Olympics to think about when you're actually making it suitable not just for the athletes, but you're hoping to have a lot of spectators as well with disabilities to come into these venues, and hence how is that planning, any kind of projects that you think you've undertaken which could be something that we can take a leaf out of?
I mean, I think we're doing it also with our First Nations people. We want to make sure that our Indigenous First Nations people feel part of the Games, and we need to do it with gender equity. We're working really hard to make sure that women and men are equally included, and any other marginalised group. But obviously people with a disability, it's not just about the Paralympics, even though India did finish above Australia in the Paralympic medals. But it's about making sure that every human being's got an opportunity to be the best they can in sport. And if it encourages more people in India, if it encourages more people in Australia to be more active, then I think everyone in the room, that's an outcome we all want. We want the best athletes in the world to be the inspiration behind kids getting involved in sport. And again, all in the room, we know sport changes lives. Once you feel included, valued and respected, it helps. So we're trying really hard in Australia to identify ways and means of engaging people. And it's not just in participation. Some of the issues that we have in the Oceania region, and we could be better in Australia, is that people with a disability are the same as all of us. It's a person first, and they need to be able to be included and valued. It may not be on the track or in the swimming pool. It may be in the workforce. It may be volunteers. We want to make sure that what people on the outside see is reflective of our community. We have 20% of people with a disability living in our country, and probably 1% are involved in sport. So how do we make sure that they can be involved in some capacity? And again, it's not, once they are engaged in the community, once they are valued and respected, they give back so much more than you have to give them. So it's not charity, it's actually valuing them as human beings, which is part of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And that just helps then put value back into your community. So, and gender equity is exactly the same in Australia. It's taken a long time, but we're very pleased to say that the 2032 organising committee is equal gender. In our 2032 organising committee, it's equal gender. So we're working towards using the games, as we talked about, to actually make change beyond 2032, which will make Australia a better place to be.
Yeah, thank you. And I think, yeah, as you said, that gender equity, inclusivity, and the youth engagement becoming very, very critical to demonstrate under the new norms as well. Another cornerstone to all of this is the financial responsibility, Kiran. It's about how does the country that actually puts the bid across has a pretty robust financial structure around it. We know there are different models. We've seen what happened in LA. We're seeing there's a lot of private sector backing, and hence how does the whole capex opex of the entire system work. And so what's been Brisbane's model? Is there a right model out there? And if you were going to look back now forward to India, saying this is probably where you strike the balance, is there any pieces of notes and advice that you'd like to give as well?
Thank you. Look, you're right, there is no unified model here. The reality is that every country will need to approach it in a way that befits their model of delivery. Obviously for Queensland, it's predominantly government funded when you talk about the infrastructure and the preparation and the delivery of the games in partnership with the IOC and the IPC. But there is also a large requirement for the Brisbane Organising Committee to actually have a commercial program to drive private engagement in helping support the delivery of the games more broadly. I think for me, when you look at this, the opportunity really is to actually dissect what it is exactly the main drivers of outcome that you're looking for, recognising that it is an expensive event to put on. There's kind of no two ways about that. But as we discussed earlier, in a place like southeast Queensland and Brisbane, the opportunity to build generationally infrastructure that is of generational change, that is obviously expensive, but that is not really tied specifically and only to the outcomes of the games themselves. That's a catalyst that the community can use to actually justify the work that needs to be done that's probably been neglected for an extended period of time. So with the right plan in place and understanding exactly what it is that you need, utilising the games as that opportunity for momentum is really quite important. The capacity though for private companies to be more broadly involved is definitely something that we're seeing pushed harder within the Australian context and environment. Most of the Olympic and Paralympic sports that operate in our country are very reliant on government funding. And over the longer term, it becomes harder and harder to maintain from a sustainability perspective the success that Australians would like to see. So being able to engage those private corporations to show the benefits of the legacy impacts that the games can operate within, but also building up the social connection to sport and sport delivery that can support not only their workforces but the communities that they engage in as well. Is another area that I know that the Brisbane Organising Committee is working very hard on, and we've seen other countries also do that quite well. I mean, France is an example. They ran some very significant programs, which I believe will be ongoing, where corporates that were involved in the games actually provided athletes with career opportunities, education and development opportunities to enable them to not only perform and support in their athletic careers while they're active, but also moving into their life after sport as well. So those touch points of engagements can be quite broad, but as you think about the social impact and the legacy that you're looking to develop, that can create great connection points for a lot of different mechanisms of funding.
Sorry, got to keep borrowing that to have the mic sorted. Just a bit around, I'm going to come back to asking about the government a bit, because another, I think, key aspect around the financial obligations that the IOC expects is a fair amount of risk management around finance, right? So I'm just asking that bit because, I mean, we saw the London one, while it was a very successful Olympics, there was a lot talked about its profitability. but also does excessive government support allows for better control, or are we seeing that excessive private support may not necessarily have that? Any kind of feedback and thoughts, because this financial risk mitigation and financial control over the games is something that IOC would like to see, and that comes from a pure governance cornerstone, which is a very significant part of the new norms as well. So any thoughts on that? And I know that you said there's no right model, but does that give you better control if you are more government, if much of the facilities or the entire financial structure is under the government control or backed by government? Any thoughts?
I think what Kieran said about being a bit of both is a good thing. It'll be interesting. We can't answer what LA will look like being privately owned until afterwards. Who knows what President Trump will do in America in the coming years leading up to and I don't want to be political, but who knows what will happen leading up to LA. Brisbane is the smallest city ever to be awarded an Olympic and a Paralympic Games. So for us to raise the capital that we need to stage the Games is very significant in a country our size. So I think a mix of both is a really good thing. Sometimes when it's totally government controlled, we have a political system where, depending on who's in government, in what level of support, and if they're different sides of politics, sometimes that does affect the outcome and the timing. But then again, in LA, being totally private, you wonder whether you're going to get perhaps the mitigating the risk that you need to mitigate. So I think a mix, and I'm sure India is in a great position to have both, and that would be, I think, the best model.
Well fielded.
One of the things I didn't say about the last question with infrastructure is President Macron put in $2 billion into the transport system in France, in Paris, to make sure that there was more accessibility. And of course, accessibility is not always wheelchairs. Accessibility can be women's prams, can be an elderly person with some sort of difficulty moving. So when you take a holistic approach to your infrastructure, you're actually going to include a whole lot more people. There are people with visual impairment, people that can't read signs, and when you start thinking about that, when people come to India for 36, let's be positive, they'll be able to read your signage because you've developed in it a way that's accessible for people from other countries. And so this holistic approach is a great way, and you have time to get that infrastructure planning right.
Yeah, absolutely. Just the other bit around the stakeholder engagement that we touched upon is another, I think, big change with the new norms is there has to be enough stakeholder engagement during the bidding process and post the bidding process or pre-bidding process. Do you want to share some good examples of how Queensland, for the Brisbane Olympics, how this has been handled? Any kind of great models that you saw, which is at a government level, community level, because once again, the new norms don't really mean that it goes to a city, that it could be a multi-city event. It's basically to a region. So much can't be assumed that it'll just go to one city or one region in India. So when you're talking that kind of diversity in stakeholder objectives, so how does that work? Is there any things that you think, models that you had in place that did very well through your pre-bidding phase as well as post-bidding?
Yeah, I think the proof will be probably later. But we have engaged, because one of the things you need to do when you have a bid, once you win the bid, you need to inspire your nation to come, because your money comes out of broadcast, comes out of spectators, comes out of that end of it. So if you go ahead and just plan it and you don't bring your people with you, you risk the end result not being as diverse as you need it to be. So Australia has done a lot of work through consultants, met many different stakeholders around our country, obviously all sorts of marginalised groups, to ask them what they want. And as you would well know from your experiences, if you have people able to be at the table and make decisions, you're obviously getting a far more wider view on what's required. So We'll work at every level to try and make sure that there's not a seat in any of our events that's empty, both at the Olympics and the Paralympics. School children are inspired and engaged, and so there's a whole lot of the torch relay, all of the things that need to be considered, having the people with you and not against you, because it is a costly, as Kieran said, a very costly two events. They're the three biggest events in the world are the Olympic Games, the World Cup football, the Olympic Games and the Paralympic Games. So they're huge events, and so how do we get everybody involved in that process? We've put a lot of words on paper. So I guess the proof, as I said, will be into the future and how we make change in Australia. But the more people that can have a say is the more ownership that your country will have of the outcomes at the end.
I agree with all that. I think some of the other elements that don't necessarily get talked about a lot but present an extraordinary opportunity. Obviously, again, yes, the games themselves are the main focal point, but to actually, the build-up and to actually run the games involves a lot of other different activities which need to layer on top of that, which actually go a long way to helping build community support. So we will know, for instance, in the lead up to the Brisbane 32 Games, there will be nations from across the globe who are competing in those games who will want to come to Australia in the years beforehand to create training bases, to have the opportunity to compete, to be in our environment, to understand what that's like. So the engagement of different regional communities to be a part of that process has been a cornerstone of sport development that we've built within Australia. And the other area, of course, that we often neglect, I guess, to an extent, but everybody gets bored of me pointing out, is that for an Olympic and Paralympic Games to be successful for the host nation, actually the main thing that needs to happen is that the home athletes perform on the field of play. You can have the best stadiums in the world, you can have the best transport in the world, you can have the greatest volunteers in the world, but if your athletes don't perform well and you don't achieve on the medal tally, then the relative measure of success will not be what you're looking for. And so connecting the community back into that is a really important part of that process. Our athletes do come from across the country. They're training in their home environments. The communities that support them and their families are a part of that journey. Promoting and building that is also matters. And of course our sports that are working tirelessly to develop and support those athletes, from community clubs right through to the national sporting organisations, how they're engaged, how they're actually able to build visibility in programs, develop competition pathways, and in Australia, for instance, we talk a lot about what we've called the Green and Gold Decade, because we had that year of 10 years, I should say, of opportunity leading up to the Games. How do we utilise that Green and Gold Decade to host events, to host national teams, to actually have international sporting activities coming here, so the Australian athletes have the opportunity to shine in their domestic environment. They have that opportunity to compete and perform in front of their home crowds, for years leading up to the Brisbane Games, to build that excitement and momentum, mainly to ensure that we perform on the field of play at the Games themselves. But it's also a very important engagement piece, and the legacy that builds off the back of that, of course, is there will be millions of young children in Australia who will have the opportunity to see sport played, have the opportunity to see their heroes perform, and that will give them then the impetus to go on and play sport themselves, to be a part of the system. And it's a broad system. Yes, there's athletes, but we need coaches, we need sports scientists and performance support people. There's technology, there's all the infrastructure that goes into it. And when all of those things sort of serendipitously come together, you create this environment where an industry has ongoing major impact for the community at large, and that's where you get that support.
No, well put. I think the challenge is not so much hosting the Olympics, but as you said, are you in the top 10 medal tally? Are you ready to do that? Are our 10-year-old young athletes and para-athletes of today going to be ready for 2036 is probably the biggest challenge. And India, where we are talking about 6% of our population is physically active. And I'm not even comparing that to 90% of Australia. So how do we work on some of that metrics becomes extremely critical for us, and I think that's really what will blend the group sitting here together is irrespective of what happens of 2036, are we still going to be on that medal tally? Otherwise, you don't want to be a Champions Trophy being hosted in your region and not being part of the whole tournament would be very, very, very hurting, I think. But that said, just coming to the final cornerstone, so we've touched around the legacy, the sustainability end of it, the financial governance, but I think the fifth major cornerstone of the new norms is the international promotion and branding, because the IOC would really like to see any host nation that picks it up use the opportunity to brand itself and articulate that value proposition very well. So just do you see Australia doesn't have to do too much because you're already known as a sporting nation, or is there something that you're going to think this opportunity with this coming back to Australia, such major event, will offer you to do something different, and what could that be?
I'll start. I think one of the elements is because Brisbane is unknown largely around the world, it gives us an amazing opportunity to be the shop front for tourism into the future. So once people come to Southeast Queensland and they see all that it has to offer, I think that'll be amazing for Australia from that perspective. Obviously, as I said before, our cornerstone is to be the most inclusive and diverse games. So we have an opportunity to be positive about that. But the brand is obviously critical to who you want to be. And how we want the world to see Australia. And what we've decided is all around the brand and how we go about it. And I guess one thing that I just want to say, there's a whole lot of things that we've brought up today, and you'll be sitting there thinking, we need to prioritise because it's just too hard. But the risk you take by not doing the work and the planning is that you will be viewed of doing 3 things really well and missing a few things. So I think the planning, you're in a great position right now in the bid process to think about the holistic approach to all of it, so that the brand of India is your gateway for tourism, for what people think about your country. Sure, the medals, and I'm not an Olympic gold medalist, dual Olympic gold medalist like Kieran, but there's the behind the scenes as well, and you have a great chance with the length of time you have to do that planning, to do that inclusive planning, and lean on people. We had a huge team in Paris. 2032 took so many people into Paris to look and watch and ask and make sure, and you've got a chance to do that in LA and obviously in Brisbane to make sure that your games are better than both of those iterations.
Yeah, look, I think all of that absolutely is the case. And I mean, Carla, you mentioned some of the stats earlier about how many people watched Paris. The reality is that the Olympic and Paralympic Games, you are facing the whole world. The whole world's paying attention to the host nation, to the host cities, and because of that, the impact that can have is quite extraordinary. But when you contemplate the IOC's drive, the elements of success that they're looking for, you also, I think, recognise that while the host nation at that time is the custodian of the Games and has the opportunity to promote itself, to promote the visibility of its values and what it stands for, aligning to Olympism and being able to drive and further that really does create global impacts more broadly. And I mean, Robin mentioned earlier, for instance, for the Brisbane Games, there is requirements, a part of our engagement, that it is an Oceania Games. So for our Pacific Island nations and New Zealand as well, this is an opportunity for those communities to be able to, in a very close geographic way, be a part of the Olympic and Paralympic Games for their athletes to be able to perform and have their sport system grow. What that draws back on us, though, is it's not just about holding the event. How do we actually support those communities and those environments to grow their programs, to grow their engagement with sport and their athlete performances along the journey in that way? And that connection to global citizenry and really delivering more sustainable impact through all of the benefits that we know athletic engagement can create for individuals, for both their physical and mental well-being, but also for communities. All of that plays into the journey of sustainability around the new norms that the Olympic movement's driving for.
No, thank you. Fascinating. I think everything around that governance, sustainability, and legacy will be at the cornerstone of everything that we'll talk sports here. But I think some of the India standing at the cusp of some fantastic change. We've seen probably a record-breaking participation and viewership of women in sports. We've seen that grow. We've seen our para athletes do extremely well, and we're just going to see some of that bit. I mean, this month we're releasing a report on the women's sports commercial viability in India, and some of the numbers are pretty exciting for us to look forward to. I think in terms of the gender equity, in terms of the inclusivity, I know that there's so much more that we would do in para, but we think some of those conversations is where we'll have to trigger sports towards to its social, economic, and the environmental impact of hosting anything and creating a lasting legacy as we have. So thank you so much, both of you. I think it's just fascinating to, it's a journey where you need a lot of people and you have to literally pretty much get everybody to see the same thing for a country which doesn't even speak one single language, and you know, it's just going to be so much more diversity in our thought processes, but we just hope we're all united. And I think that's clearly what the IOC wants to see. Is there a unified objective in the country? They want everybody to speak the same language, and hence it's important as India has submitted its EOI, but as we get over the next 1 year preparing for the bid, I think before next March when we present it, that this resonates, that these words of legacy, sustainability, governance around the sport for its social, economic, as well as environmental objectives resonates with each one of us in every program that we're putting out there. So much to learn from what Brisbane has done out there, and so much to look forward to for India as well. Thank you so much for taking your time and sharing some of those thoughts with us. Thank you.
A big thank you to Kala, to Kieran, and to Robin as well for that insightful session. I think it was a perfect start to what's going to be a really good 2 days here, and a lot that will come of it, no doubt, as well. I'd like to now invite Isha and Siddharth from Populous to deliver a presentation on infrastructure and architectural design ongoing in the state of Gujarat for world-class sporting events. Isha and Siddharth, it's over to you.
I think this is fine. This is all right. Thank you everyone for having us here. My name is Siddharth, and with me is Isha. We're both India market leaders for Populous. We are a global design company specializing in the design of large sports venues. We're here to talk about a couple of important landmark projects that we are working with the government of Gujarat on. The first one being the Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel Sports Enclave, also known as the SVP Sports Enclave, which is sort of seen as a cornerstone of sports-led infrastructure development in the country. And the other one being the Gujarat Police Academy at Karai, which is just upstream and not too far from where we are right now. So when we started working on the master plan for the SVP Sports Enclave, the whole intent was we're not creating a destination as such. We are creating sports as an enabler, something that not just drives growth. It is a catalyst for development of sporting culture. But at the end of the day, what we want to create is a great city for the people. We want to create a great sports-led development where sports is the anchor and the enabler, but it's a place that people would love to come to. That was the whole purpose, that was the whole vision of the government, and that was the starting point of our master plan. And I'll talk a little bit more about some of the work and some of the thoughts and strategies that have gone into development of the same. Next slide, please. So the intent was to not only look at something which is worthy and capable of large-scale event hosting, state-of-the-art venues, but something that, given the nature of the site, which I'm just going to come to, but can be a catalyst for regional upliftment, helps sort of align the transportation strategy as well as the commercial development, as well as place-making strategies that the city could really benefit from. But at the heart of it, what we are really looking at is, given the hot and dry climate, it's important that sustainability is a main driver and not as an add-on layer, as an afterthought. But it's really one of the core values that we've sort of tried to incorporate as part of the design scheme. So the intent was, our idea was, if we look at it as a sports park, the idea is to bring the park into the sports park, where the venues are not just the end destination as such. We can create great venues, but the idea was to create a great place, something that people love to come to. So a lot of focus was on the riverfront as well as the venues as part of the overall journey, the enablers. How do we really activate some of the other things to create a really exciting precinct overall in the city itself? And the vision of the government was to start off with 5 main venues, which included a football stadium, a tennis center, an indoor arena, an aquatic center, and smaller flexible arenas which could transform themselves over a period of time. And the intent was to have a healthy mix of different types of venues which could host both international as well as national level events, and at the same time not just be associated with sporting events, but also cultural events and concerts as well. The site for the Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel Sports Enclave is in the vicinity of the Narendra Modi Stadium, which is already existing as an anchor. And it is also capitalizing on the proximity to the Sabarmati riverfront, 350-acre site, along with 6 total venues. The intent for us was to use the existing public connections. There is a lot of great public transport and the metro, which has really benefited a lot of these events in the past. So we wanted to capitalize upon the metro itself. We pulled the riverfront road inside to create almost 100+ acres of riverfront zone for prime real estate development, so that sports is not just in isolation, but it's part of a harmonious ecosystem of sports, along with a dining district, along with hotels, commercial, resi, something that creates a unified overall and a sustainable ecosystem. And by strengthening the accesses, we created 3 sports zones, one of which, of course, the Narendra Modi Stadium is. Just moving to the next, the whole intent was, we placed the football stadium and the Narendra Modi Stadium at the 2 corners, the 2 sort of large venues, which are the landmarks and the anchors at the 2 corners. Along the riverfront, we put the 2 multi-purpose arenas, which sort of resonate really well with the overall hospitality district, the dining district, riverfront, hotels, could work as even, to enable the concert economy, as the recently concluded Coldplay concert has shown us. And in the middle, we carved out a space for community sports, including aquatics and tennis, like a National Institute of Sports as well. And what we also did was, we created a walkable community where all plazas are within 500 meters walkable distance, emergency services, paramedics, all public utilities. So it's something that people would love to come to and not be inconvenienced at the same time. And essentially, the idea was that these can function as separate districts as well: cricket, sports, football, events, retail, F&B, art and culture district, as well as hospitality and resi. The intent was that for larger events, this can actually come together and function as one integrated enclave. But for smaller events, they can practically function as independent units as well. At the heart of the development, because this is the Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel Sports Enclave, so we wanted to pay a tribute to the legendary leader, and we created an important public square for the city, which is called the Ring of Unity. The Ring of Unity is like a plaza for the city, something which is an additional venue for public gatherings as well as for any temporary events. It also functions as a live site for ongoing concerts, whether in the Modi Stadium or any of the additional venues. And that becomes a very important anchor for the city for events and non-event days as well. So that's just a rendering of the overall vision of the Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel Sports Enclave. Around the Narendra Modi Stadium, we've got the multi-purpose arena, aquatic center, tennis center, and then the beach volleyball potentially, or any other sort of event that we would like to have at the Ring of Unity. And we put a lot of emphasis on the riverfront, about 2 kilometers of riverfront space, which included exhibition spaces, offices, commercial. We created a recreational beach, an international dining district, wellness centers for people, so that it's an overall, it's an activated place 365 days in a year, not something that is only used when there is an event happening. We also created a National Institute of Sporting Excellence within the Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel Sports Enclave, which will also have a holistic, all-round development integrated high-performance center for athlete well-being, as well as overall research and high performance. And that is anchored as part of the sports enclave itself and can function independently in case of non-event days as well. Just some renderings in terms of the overall vision and the mood and the strategy that we are trying to create. All venues sort of having their own dedicated access as well as activation. The idea was that the venues themselves, we kept reminding ourselves as designers that the venues are not really the destination, they're part of the journey. So the idea was that the venue should be something which is more exciting, not something that we fence and keep off, but something that people should be able to walk around. And that was the sort of ethos of our entire intent, that we want more visibility, we want more openness, we want people to be able to access these and be able to enjoy them. And we also did a lot of planning around legacy and changing capacities, which can sort of adapt to both recreational usage as well as event-based usage, as and when the need arises. And putting special emphasis on visibility. We've got great access to the riverfront. How can we be in gain that opportunity and sort of connect back with the overall site? And right now, where we are on this is that 3 of the 5 venues are being developed. And I think the government's prioritizing this on developing this on an urgent basis. Over to the next one.
Thanks, Rob. So what I'm going to talk about is the Gujarat Police Academy at Karai. Now, this is a very unique project because unlike, for example, the SVP Sports Enclave, which is more of a greenfield development in a way, while it does have the Narendra Modi Stadium and other existing infrastructure, this site is actually an existing police academy. So I'll talk through this in a little bit more detail in terms of how we're actually going about this development, because it's quite unique. So just to give everyone an understanding of where the site is located, so that's the highlighted area over there in pink. That's the Gujarat Police Academy at Karai. It's about, if you draw a circle, a 5-kilometer circle, so it's about 5 kilometers away from the SVP Enclave. So, and it's again about 5 kilometers away from where we are right now. So it's sort of right in the middle between the Narendra Modi Stadium and between Gift City. So in terms of location, it's actually pretty fantastic as a destination creation. So the other important thing over here is that it's actually connected via 3 metro stations, which are already planned, and also some additional ones that are proposed. So even from a connectivity perspective, there's the main river that's going from there, you've got the main arterial roads, and you've also got very strong metro connectivity. So So again, just showing the 3 sort of metro stations and how far they are. These are already the existing ones, and there are some additional proposed as well. So when we looked at what facilities the Gujarat Police Academy would actually have, we considered athletics, a 50,000 seat athletic stadium, an indoor arena, which would basically be a multifunctional sort of arena, but we are looking at it primarily as of now for weightlifting. And then a shooting center, which would have both indoor as well as outdoor shooting facilities. Now the reason for shooting, again, is it's a police academy. So we've been very mindful in terms of what are the kinds of facilities that the police themselves would utilize and what is something that would actually benefit them, because we are developing this entire precinct on their site, basically. So whatever we are doing, we're being very mindful in that and having a lot of stakeholder engagements to make sure that the entire academy is on board with the overall development process at every step of the way. So again, this is what it's like right now, so that everyone gets an understanding. It's an existing, functioning sort of academy. So you've got a main, you've got your administrative blocks, your residential facilities, because it is a fully residential facility. So again, something that we've been very mindful of in terms of all the planning is, how do we make sure that the academy can keep functioning while we're actually going to host events over here as well. So you've got residential, and then you've also got some sports facilities that they already have, and an existing athletics track, plus some other sports that they usually use for police training. The other really cool thing about this site is it's actually got, similar to SVP Enclave, which had a 2-kilometer riverfront. This actually has a 1.5 kilometer long riverfront as well. So we wanted to make sure that we maximize that frontage as well and capitalize on that opportunity that's posed there. So when we started with the design process, again, as I said, it's an existing facility. So we wanted to be very respectful and make sure that we're not deviating too far from how they're used to functioning as well. So we looked at what are their various zones. So as I said, they've got their residential zone, they've got a recreational, educational facilities, admin and training, and the sports. So also the site has a lot of trees, which are pretty fully grown trees. So again, that's something that we've mapped out to make sure that whatever facilities we're developing from a sustainability perspective as well, we're as mindful about that as possible. So we came up with this integrated sports zone where you've got the main athletic stadium, the shooting center, the arena. All 3 of them are kind of co-located to create this sort of triangular experience over there, which we're calling the integrated sports zone. And how that really helps is because it allows us to sort of separate this sports zone, because the intent is not just for the police to use it, but it's also something that the community will be using in the future while the academy is still functioning. So that's actually something that we've spent a lot of time figuring out what that best sort of interaction would be to make sure that nobody, so that their functioning doesn't get interrupted as well, but the community also sees a benefit. So the rest of the academy would function as is. So we've got this core sort of sports zone. So again, just a rendering and on what the development is actually looking like. So we've got the main athletic stadium, and again, one of the really unique features about this, at least within India, is that we are proposing the stadium to have a full sort of solar paneled roof as well. So that's something that the intent behind this academy is for it to be as green as possible and make use of renewable energy so that it can. Our intent is for it to kind of cover all of its energy utilization by means of green solar panels and other strategies. Then the shooting center that you can see there, and then the arena and the high performance center. Now, again, this is sort of the event mode where we're very mindful that you do need a lot of other spaces as well, not just the venue. You do need spaces for overlay, for media, broadcasting, things of that sort. So how that space can be kept open, which is still being used by the academy for their functions, which, they have police drills, they have training facilities. So all of those spaces can get utilized during the event, and otherwise they can keep being utilized by the academy. But in the future, the idea is for the academy to expand in this way so that the overall development goes hand in hand. yeah, that seems to be the last slide over there. So yeah, so this scheme is still being developed. Overall, we've finalized the work on the master plan, and now the concept of the venues is ongoing. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Siddharth and Isha. I'd like to now invite on stage Alistair Richardson from Cox Architecture to deliver a presentation on sporting infrastructure for sustainability and elite level athletes. Please.
Thank you. Hopefully, is the mic working? Not quite. Yes? Great. So thank you, Populous, for the excellent presentation there on the work that Gujarat is doing, which is fascinating to do. A year ago, a consortium, an international consortium, Australian, British, and Indian, were awarded the development of the SVP Enclave project. And we'll talk about that in terms of the lessons of how those designs that you saw from Populous have actually been moved on. What happened on some of the changes that were mentioned just before of 3 venues actually occurred as a result of the Gujarat government going to Paris and seeing how successful Paris was. And we brought some of those lessons of Paris. Paris, of course, is unique in terms of being the new norm because essentially it didn't build any new facilities. It had the infrastructure there. And interestingly, one element of the infrastructure, the main stadium for the athletics and the opening, the closing ceremony, Stade de France, was actually built for the 2000 games, which they actually lost to Australia. So we'll talk about that in a minute. Where these venues go through, of course, is about precincts. And Paris was a distributed games. It used existing facilities. It didn't have a precinct. And the difference here in Ahmedabad is we're building a precinct. We're building 2 precincts, as you just saw. It's the notion of the precinct that's actually really interesting from a legacy point of view. And whether you look at Sydney or you look at London, they were fantastic precincts that have had a lasting legacy. And quite possibly one of the most lasting legacies is actually Melbourne, which I'll talk about in a moment. Within those, what we try to do is to look at what is the critical mass. And as you saw at SVP, there are 5 venues, 3 permanent, 2 temporary now in relation after Paris because of the extent of the games, plus Modi Stadium. And where you go through it, what you begin to see is that there's been less and less associated with the main stadium, which is what this diagram shows. Where in Tokyo, of course, which was a sadly COVID-influenced event with no fans being there and just the athletes, they'd spent an amazing amount of infrastructure on a distributed games with some fantastic facilities, but no fans went to see it, which was such a shame. For us, and my architectural journey in Olympics, it actually started in Sydney. I was a part of the team that delivered the Olympic Stadium, which was a fantastic outcome. At the time, Samaraj said it was the best Olympics ever. It actually started, though, 8 years before that within the Homebush site. And that's where you are at here in Ahmedabad. You are in a position to begin to reclaim land, the Torrens Power Station, into a new urban and Olympic park, which is fantastic. So there's a lesson out of Sydney, was that's what actually Sydney did. The Aquatic Centre was the first thing built there. Kieran will know the Aquatic Centre very, very well. It was built before the Olympics, not knowing that Australia would win the Olympics, and then was modified to host the Olympics and became one of the fastest pools, as again Kieran knows, in terms of the success of the swimming program there. Within Homebush Bay, there are actually 14 venues built through there. The New South Wales Institute of Sport was based there, so athletes actually had the opportunity to train on the site before the Olympics. Again, a great element here in Ahmedabad with a nice project that was just mentioned before being built on the site. It created a legacy that has provided a bedrock for international soccer, international sport, concerts, etc., going through the games. There is a lesson to learn out of it, though, and that is about the main stadium. The main stadium's legacy was about rectangular sports, and the problem with athletics is it's an enormous field of play with a legacy that came in. The great thing for you, and the great thing for Australia, particularly as shown in the Commonwealth Games in Melbourne, is that cricket and athletics are perfectly complementary in size. So there's a fantastic opportunity there about how we can use the stadiums in a legacy outcome. But Sydney also began to develop other components, and this is an interesting element of the redevelopment of Moore Park, where Allianz Stadium, which we just recently finished. Moore Park is an entertainment and sport destination actually that addressed some of the issues with Olympic Park down at Homebush. Olympic Park was at the geographical heart of the city, but not actually where tourism was. So what's happened more recently is that these facilities have been redeveloped through here, and elements like Australian Rugby Union, the National Rugby League, teams, and also now UTS, University of Technology Sydney, have moved their campus for sporting infrastructure to this campus, which is great because it brings athletes, management, and sport all together. Again, a great lesson to learn. Arguably, I live in Melbourne now, I used to live in Brisbane. This is actually the most successful sporting precinct from the Olympics ever developed. 1956 Games, it's hosted the Commonwealth Games, it continues to host the Australian Open, it hosts and is one of the critical elements of all of the event platforms in Melbourne, which is a fantastic outcome, fully inclusive in terms of working through with disability issues, accessibility issues as well. And if we get to this scenario for you in 50 years' time in Gujarat, what a great outcome, where it is absolutely owned by the city, owned by the people, and owned by all Australians. The Australian Open, of course, continues on to grow on. It's an element that has issues of sustainability that you will look at here in Gujarat because of the environment. We are currently designing resilience into this to allow for a warmer climate by actually turning around and saying, actually, we need to begin to look at how we provide shade and protection to the athletes, cooling to the athletes across all courts, because the notion of continued outdoor environment in our warming globe economy is something that we really need to seriously take seriously and consider. But the Australian infrastructure also includes things like the Perth Optus Stadium. This is being talked about as being one of the models for the new Brisbane Stadium if Brisbane decides that it's going to deliver a new Olympic stadium. It is a PPP model. It's actually developed with private funding as a collaboration between the state and the private. It does accommodate an athletics track. It's been designed for that. And it's created a complete redevelopment of the Burswood Peninsula, what was essentially a brownfield, old landfill site, into a new part of the city that has been embraced by all of Perth population. So back to Paris. Paris, as mentioned before, set a new norm for us about how the games can go around the whole of the country. Traditionally, soccer was the only sport that was played in other cities, in remote locations. Now, after Paris, we've got handball, we've got basketball, we've actually got surfing. That was actually the longest domestic flight ever for an Olympic Games, Paris to Tahiti. Okay, 14-hour flight to actually get to the event. But what was great in Paris is how the city engaged with it completely. It wasn't just about sport, it was about culture as well. LA, we talked very quickly on that. LA has the infrastructure already. It's a private games because it has all the infrastructure. This is Inglewood, SoFi Stadium. It will be the largest aquatic center for the games ever if the LA stick to the plan that this will be the swimming venue for it. It'll be over 50,000 people. One of the things when looking at the economics of the games is the organizing committee makes the money from ticket sales. It doesn't have the TV rights. So the issue when you're looking at these venues, even in the new norm, is how do you make your revenue to support the organizing committee? And it is essentially from ticket sales. Brisbane, its announcement is in 100-day review. It's coming up for completion. It's one of those discussions that is ongoing at the moment, and the government will determine the future in relation to the primary venues and the secondary venues in the 25th of March, and we look forward to that outcome. Something's gone weird with the PowerPoint. I did put this in as well because the Brisbane journey actually started in 2018 at the Commonwealth Games. At the time of the awarding the Brisbane Games, the IOC and the Olympic Games actually had a bit of a, let's call it a bad taste within the cities because the cost of bidding for the Games was enormous. So the new norm came out of that. What we learned out of that was actually this combination between permanent and temporary facilities. For you here in Gujarat, you don't have any infrastructure in terms of the ability to host the Games. So your new norm is actually, it's great to see, building the venues before the Games, operating them now, getting events here now, such that by the time the Olympics come, it's here, it's done. It is the new norm. It's got a bit weird, the PowerPoint, my apologies for that. Brisbane as well is also not one city. The Games is actually held over 3 cities, and then remotely across the regions, up into North Queensland as well. So we have Sunshine Coast, Brisbane, and Gold Coast. There is a cyclone about to hit. Thankfully, the cyclone is outside of the Olympic season when the Olympic Games is going to be. It will be hosted in June, July. But these issues of inclement weather are certainly things that you have to look at. And certainly if you look at LA at the moment, for example, the fires have actually given a slight bad flavour in terms of what does the city need to spend its infrastructure on to make sure that the city comes back ready for 2028. Oh, that's good. Great. So, Ahmedabad. Building on what we saw before from the Populous team, we've now been engaged on delivering essentially the arena, the tennis centre, the National Institute of Sports, and the Aquatic Centre. The element of addressing these buildings has been important from a sustainability point of view because we're essentially taking an old coal power station in this area here where you see number 2 and the ash ponds of that into a new civic urban domain, a new Olympic park with a fantastic waterfront. It will be the new civic pride of it. And it builds already on what you have here in Ahmedabad, which is an amazing element of the 20 festivals that you have each year. So you've actually already got an event economy. You're giving a better event platform for that economy already, which now brings in sport as well as culture. And I think that is a fantastic uniqueness of where Ahmedabad sits. These are some of the renders that we've done in developing the arena to try and develop an architecture that is unique. An element of the games is to try and allow something that portrays the Indian sense of what the games is, the Indian sense of what community is, the Indian sense of what architecture is to the world audience. You don't want just yet another stadium that could be anywhere in the world. It has to be something that is unique for you. The arena element will host gymnastics, and it will host basketball over the full 2 week of the program, and then obviously into Paralympics with wheelchair basketball and wheelchair rugby as well. The Aquatic Centre, learning out of Sydney was the element of leisure water being an integral part, teach kids to swim as a part of the swimming centre. So it's not just about the competition pool and its flexibility, it's what you give youth and young children the ability to engage with water. So leisure water, as you see in the foreground here, a very important part of that with the Aquatic Centre in the background. The aquatics program is enormously popular. The legacy mode is only 4,000 seats, the games mode is 12,000 seats, so additional 8,000. But we're coming off a background where already, for example in Brisbane, there's pressure on the amount of seating capacity for swimming because we know in Australia, swimming is one of the biggest draw cards in relation to people wanting to get to it. So how do you make sure enough of the population has access to those? The tennis centre as well, we talked about that again from Populous's presentation. We've moved over from a resilience point of view to turning around and seeing actually the tennis courts probably need to be completely covered, all of them. So the playing conditions is the same across all of them. That's a direct sustainable outcome and an athlete protection outcome. So it will be changing from this. But the tennis centre again, being this element of an Indian version of tennis in the country garden, of tennis in the park. Tennis also a massive Paralympic program with wheelchair tennis, an incredibly popular program as well. And so this issue of the 10,000 seats being a part of the Olympic joy for both the 2 weeks of the Olympics and the Paralympics is very much a part of the project. And finally, just where the master plan is now sitting in relation to the distribution of venues. The analysis of the site is there's easily up to 500,000 people a day coming onto this site during the Olympics. So when you look at the public open space, it's more than just the venues, it's actually how people circulate and move around the park, and those are the studies that we're doing at the moment. So I'd like to thank you. I'd also like to thank my partners on here at Collage Design from here in India. They're a fantastic team, and BDP India as well as a part of it. So that is done on behalf of a true national consortium in relation to the delivery project. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Alistair, and yeah, brilliant work from you and the entire team going forward as well. We are going to be breaking for lunch at the moment, so I'd like to invite everyone to a special lunch hosted by the government of Gujarat on level 2 of the main hotel. So just heading across back to where you entered from, and it's on level 2 of the main hotel. We'll see you there for a special lunch. Thank you. We will get back into the room at 1:30 for the next session. The next session is a panel on high-performance sport from 1:30 p.m. So if we could all try and make our way back to the room about 10 minutes or 5 minutes before that, please, that would be great. Thank you.
Hello.
Good afternoon, everyone. If we can start to get everyone from outside to start to trickle in, we'll get moving with our next session of the day. We've still got a few really good panels to come, so if everyone that's done with lunch from the outside can start trickling in, that'll be great. Thank you. Good afternoon, welcome back. I think we're starting to see the room fill up, so I think we can get moving into our next session of the day. It is a very, very insightful one that's coming up for you as well. I'd like to invite onto stage Kieran Perkins, Simon Hollingsworth, Adil Sumariwala, and the panel moderator Hakim Habibullah onto stage. Please, we've got a lovely chat on high-performance sport. I'll let Hakim take over from here and set context for you. Hakim, over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think it's always the toughest slot post-lunch. We've got athletics and swimming. I wonder if we might need to get someone to sprint or jump or splash, to keep everyone awake. But I'm honored and privileged to be joined by an amazing set of speakers, two-time Olympians, Simon, and Olympians to begin with, and then Olympic gold medalists, and Adil himself, an Olympian. I just brought this book with me. It's an autograph book. When I went to the Olympics in Sydney, Kieran was one of the big names. And the first autograph I have in this book is of Kieran. So, and I was also mentioning way back in '92 when Kieran won his, the Olympic. I think it was he broke the world record on the Olympic gold in '92. That was the year that I swam my first senior national event, and it was the 1500-meter freestyle. So Kieran, you've gone a long way in my journey without you knowing about it. So it's quite an honor to have you on this panel. Without spending more time, I would like to start. This topic of high performance, nurturing high performance in sport, it's quite a vast topic. So if I could just get a quick round, from each of you on what does high performance mean to you, and where do you believe it needs to begin? So if I could start with you, Simon.
Well, thank you. That's a great question, and there's many ways I could possibly answer that. I think from an athletics point of view, high performance, in an elite sense, we talk about the Olympics and the Paralympics as being the ultimate achievement in our sport, and I guess at the risk of upsetting my swimming colleagues, I would say that it's one of the most foundational sports of the games. But working backwards in terms of both achieving a level of representing your country and then going on as Kieran did to get on the podium is that's I guess the pointy end of high performance sport. But really, from a broader perspective, something that I'm very passionate about and have been for a long time is actually not kids in particular not getting involved in sport for that goal of achieving a high performance outcome. It's about getting involved in many sports, finding what you love, and then developing an expertise that may result in a high performance outcome, which is national representation on the world stage. And so the real focus, we are trying to take in certainly in our sport, is trying to develop a love of the sport itself. Athletics is unique, as I'm sure Adil will attest to this, is it has so many different choices within the sport, whether it be running, throwing, hurdling, rolling, if you're in para. And so there's so many ways in, and really we like to think about the pathway. We'll probably talk a lot about the pathway through this discussion, but that focus on getting people into the pathway, learning what they excel at, giving them that choice of going all the way right through to international representation, but, you know, developing a love of the sport first and foremost. I think that to me is going to set up an athlete for success.
Thanks. I think you just set the tone right, and I think just to add a little to what he said, I think of course high performance is high performance, and that's it. I mean, it's just the top. It's also part of your planning, your strategy, and he talked about pathways to some extent. So it's getting from where you are to the winning sort of area, and important is how do you go through that pathway from where you are to high performance. And there are lots of factors that I'm sure we'll discuss them, and I don't want to talk about it in the opening statement, but there are lots of factors that contribute to that process. And I think passion, I'll just add to whatever he said, I would add passion to it, because I think that is what is going to take you there.
And just on that one point, passion, in which stakeholder context?
No, the athlete. Athlete, absolutely the athlete. If he doesn't have the passion, he's not going to make it.
I agree with all of that, and I'd probably add that for me, coaching is the linchpin. You know, when you contemplate, you know, if you're a child, the first time you turn up to try a sport, there will be someone coaching you. There's somebody there that's creating that experience, that's creating that opportunity for you to be introduced, to develop a skill, to hopefully build a love and a passion for the activity. And then, of course, at every stage of your career as you move through, the quality of the coaching, the engagement of those individuals, this just becomes so incredibly important. And even from a scale perspective, you know, I mean, in a country like Australia where sport is integral to our culture, most kids at some point will play sport. But for, you know, those couple of million children that are playing sport, there'll only be a couple of thousand coaches who actually are the holders of the, I guess the impact of what that experience and then the development of that individual is going to be like along the way. So yeah, I think without great coaching at all levels, it's pretty hard, regardless of how talented you are as an athlete.
Yeah, it's well said for you, James. As a coach, you know.
As a coach, I have to.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to leave you out when I was highlighting the Olympians on stage, but you've been yourself involved in creating Olympians now.
I feel inadequate because I'm the only person on the stage that hasn't been to the Olympics as a competitor. I've been to some watching, as sitting in the crowd, so that's my claim to fame. So it's great to be with these esteemed speakers here. I agree with everything you guys say. I think for me it's about people. You know, we talk about the athlete. Adil, so you talked about the athlete having passion. It must come from the athlete. And Simon, you talked about young people developing a love and not necessarily getting into it to be high performance. I think that it really is, I resonate with that and I agree with that. I think when we're looking at high performance, I think what we have to do is we have to sort of evolve from what we've always done. We have to look at good practice, and then we have to go beyond and become innovative. And I think innovation comes in many forms. A lot of technology now, a lot of you know, really exciting things that we can measure, and doesn't necessarily mean it's important just because we can measure it, but lots of innovation, but also like innovation with people. And I think, you know, we are operating in a world now where, yes, it might be the coach that's leading the program, or might be the coach that's driving things, but we need to have an integrated approach. We need to have, you know, specialists coming in that can really take people to the next level. You know, the Olympics is a battleground now. You know, it's getting tougher. Everyone's becoming more professional. The exchange of information across the world is becoming greater. So there's more opportunities in different countries to be elite and to be successful. So it's getting tougher and tougher, and we have to just be better. So for me, it's about driving it from, you know, what we've always done and challenging that norm. let's be better. Let's look at what everyone else is doing, and then let's be better again and be innovative. And I think for me, that is what high performance is.
Thank you, thank you. If I could now just work backwards, you know, Kieran, again, picking a page from a point that you know, with coaches, one of my learnings from Australia was I was introduced to a term called swim teacher. So to put things in context, in India, when people were introduced to the water, they were either taught by lifeguards or they were taught by coaches. And both of them often landed up having a short-term relationship or intent. For a lifeguard, it was a few days in a summer camp to earn a livelihood, and while it was a coach who wanted fast, quick results, and at a low-level competition to, you know, they didn't really think about the long-term development of the athlete. But when I went to Australia, I was introduced to a swim teacher and swim teaching and swim schools where children are introduced in a structured manner, in a long-term structured manner to learning swimming and water safety. And I found that being a big difference. So, you know, it's something we've been working on with Oswim as an Australian partner in India. And, you know, the first ever teacher to be licensed in India happens to be from Ahmedabad. You know, so yeah, different dots being connected. So, coming to you, Simon, when at what age or at what stage should we be thinking about high performance?
Well, depending on who you talk to, you get lots of different answers. I'll give you my view, and then perhaps some panelists will agree or disagree. In athletics, I don't think that we should be looking at high performance or talking about high performance until over the age of probably 15, 16. And look, to be clear, that doesn't mean that we don't want an active participation and competition base for younger children, but certainly it's very rare to really see true athletic talent that will go all the way before then. You might get some glimpses, and I think the biggest risk is that we focus too narrowly on talent at a young age, and that comes at the exclusion of encouraging parents, and this does happen in Australia, with parents encouraging their children to get involved in sport at a high performance level at a too younger age. They specialise when all the evidence says that for the most part you're better off being involved in many sports for as long as possible. So in our sport I would say really anything before 15 and 16, but even then you need to be very, very cautious about overtraining young athletes, and James will talk about this in more detail, because talent is a really precious thing and needs to be nurtured. And I love your description of the swim teacher. Coaches are teachers. That's what they are. They're also sometimes de facto parents, and they serve a whole bunch of other roles. And part of that teaching and coaching is about understanding that athletes develop at different ages. And we certainly know from how children develop that there can be massive differences, partly because of the way they have the age classification systems. Not familiar with the cut-off dates in India for ages, but there can be up to a year's difference in children just because of age, and then because of physiological development that might be another 12 months. So you could have two people in the same age group that are effectively 2 years apart physiologically. So I think the focus is on really trying to keep them in the sport and offer them an array of things before you specialise.
Yeah, so yeah, he's pretty much there. I'll tell you the Indian context. So we have three big issues why our athletes don't reach the top. I'm not going to go into the others, but one of them is early specialization and overtraining. Our athletes at a very young age are being completely overtrained by our coaches. One of the reasons is that they are in the districts. The district coach gets transferred every 3 years. He doesn't want to be transferred. He will overtrain them so they get some performance. When they get performance, they don't want to move. Because if you're in a city, you don't want to go to a village in the districts. So, because their kids have schooling there, they probably opened a small sport shop there, they're making some money on the side, so they don't want to go into a village. That's one of the biggest problems we have. I'll now tell you the world scenario. World athletics stopped the under 17 world championships because athletes were training too early, getting performances. Research showed that only 4% of those champions ever became elite athletes. So World Athletics stopped it. So this is basic. I'll give you Indian data. About 150 plus athletes have won Asian championships in the juniors. Only 4 of them actually reached the seniors. So overtraining, early specialization is killing our athletes. So a couple of years ago, we brought in some German specialists, some guys from Switzerland, etc. And we had a whole load of conversation with them. It was a 3-day workshop that we did. And one of the things that we actually said, we should not have a national championships till the age of 17. But then there was a thought process that athletics is run, jump, throw, and we would lose all the athletes to other sport because then they would be getting jobs, etc. You know, that one of the biggest things that get marks. So if we don't have those championships, so we will lose athletes. So we made some sort of a compromise and said, we'll only do certain events. We will not do all the events, just to sort of do a compromise. So yeah, that's the truth of the matter.
Fascinating. Kiran, do you have a perspective on...
I agree. I mean, all of the data and research shows that, to Simon and Adil's point, that the more sports you play for longer when you're younger, the more likelihood
what
you are.
was your sport? I mean, if I could, what was your base before you
so up till
chose swimming?
Up till the age of 15, I played tennis, soccer, AFL, gymnastics, cross-country running, cricket. I said, well, athletics, yeah, that's not cross-country. No, I never did track. I can't run to save myself. Lots of them. But because in the 70s in Australia, in school, in primary school, every term you did a different sport. Like there was no such thing as specialisation. There was no such thing as a season lasting the whole year. You know, you did swimming in term 1 at the beginning of the calendar year in summer. Then you went to a winter sport. Then you did another winter sport. And then you went back to another summer sport at the end of the year. That was just normal. And that was the cycle that we all sort of went through. And as that's in Australia, and we have a similar problem, as sport participation in public schools especially reduces, and more sport is delivered by clubs or private providers, and those clubs and private providers survive by making money, and they make money by tying up an athlete and a family for the whole year, for as long as possible, so that they can't possibly do anything else, because if they do something else, we might lose that revenue stream of that customer. It's just built this, narrative and ideology where specialisation, and the younger you start, the more chance you have to succeed. And there's absolutely no evidence that that's true. Like, other than the odd weird example like a Tiger Woods or the Williams sisters, but they are the exceptional exceptions to the rule, and that's proved time and time again. And there are always exceptions, but and so it is actually, it's a big challenge in Australia as well. We see injury rates in teenagers skyrocketing. We see dropouts. So data for Australia, at the age of 12, about 80% of kids are playing a sport of some description, and by the time those kids are 18, less than 20% of the 80 are left. And so the dropout rates through the teenage years are massive, and there's a lot of different reasons for that. We talk about, obviously, the pressure of schooling, social impacts. mean, let's be honest, the obvious one, puberty gets in the way. It changes everything for most people, and so thinking that prepubescent child is going to be exactly the same human with the same capacity, talent and delivery as the post-pubescent child is kind of ignorant to the reality of the universe. But really in Australia, the biggest influence on dropout that we see is that because kids they're burning out. They're being pushed too hard, too young. When they're old enough to make their own choice as a mid-teen, 15, 16, 17 years of age, when you're naturally as an individual asserting your will and deciding what you will and won't do in life, that thing you've been forced to do for a long time that you're burnt out from, and that you may not think you're good enough because the development trajectory is so different for people. If you're at 15, you've been told for 8 years that to be an Olympian you have to be the best, and at 15 you're looking around and you're not in the top 10 in your school. It's like, well, I'm not good enough, why am I bothering? There's no point doing this. And that drives a lot of dropout as well. And technology also plays a role, which I think is another part that we have to be honest about. And not to demonise technology, because it's just a choice. Play something that reinforces, positive engagement. Every time our kids play a video game or do something online, they get that little dopamine hit, they get that little reinforcement, you're good, you're improving, you're doing something that's valuable, and that's fun, that's engaging. Or you can go to sport where you're going to get yelled at for being useless and not trying hard enough and you didn't win, and the negative reinforcement, which can naturally seep in, then also helps drive them to the easier, nicer choice, which is not sport. So the cultural shift that needs to continue to be worked on to actually, deliver what Simon was talking about, I fully agree with. It's imperative.
I was curious if, in one of my visits to Australia a little while back, I was told that one of the other causes in the cultural change in participation in school sport was the increasing number of Asian influence, putting more, prioritizing academics over sport. But, that was just because I went with a long list of...
I'm not sure about you, but when I went to school, we did what the teacher told us to. Yeah. It didn't matter what our background was, or where we came from, or what our religion was, or any of that. You're in the classroom, you do what the teacher and the principal say, right? And so, maybe.
Well, I mean, I'm sure there's so many different factors. James, with your background from the UK and having spent now 6 years in India, where do you see, this age play, or what's the right time frame of bringing children into athletics that you're involved with?
If I can just come from a high performance point first, and I think it's always good to look at high performance and the skills and the qualities you need, and then sort of reverse engineer it. There was a study done on athletics medalists at the Olympic Games from 1960 to 2000, and they found three main things. Number one, interestingly, they all had training diaries. So people were very good at the athletes were very good at reflecting and continually improving and refining and all this sort of stuff. Number two, they had a very good training group. Not necessarily in the same event, but they had a good group of people that they were training with. So surround yourself with good people if you want to be successful. And number three, they hadn't had significant injuries. So injuries beyond 6 months. Now, if we reverse engineer that and we look at how we develop young athletes, if we are over training our young athletes and they get injured and they're not staying in the game long enough, we have problems. So we have to develop the athletes holistically. And the key to that is education. Education is absolutely key. And we need to educate our kids to learn how to do things themselves, learn how to be independent, learn how to keep improving, learn how to deal with losing. Losing is part of winning. If you can't lose, you can't win. If you can't win, you can't lose. It's this sort of thing. So we have to develop these qualities in our young athletes, and we can't rush it. It's a long ball game. It really is. So how do we reward our athletes along the way? We have to find ways to reward them. There isn't necessarily gold medal, silver medal, bronze medal. Focus more on improvement, getting better. And if you make a big jump, the problem is, theory of reversibility for any coaches here, then it reverses very quickly. Yeah, but if you improve gradually, things are very, very ingrained, and then you've got these skills for later on. So you can't rush it. There's no age. For me, it should be criteria based. So we should look at not the age of the athlete, but the competency of the athlete or the physical development of the athlete, which Simon touched on. And that's very, very important, because you can have two 13-year-olds, one that's not reached puberty and one that's gone through puberty and is 3 foot taller than the other one, yet they're in the same age group. So how can that be fair? It isn't fair. So I believe a competency-based model is the way forward, rather than pigeonholing athletes in certain age groups. And I think that's a very important thing. And if we can get our athletes to think that way, to think in not winning and losing, but just getting better, then these are the traits that will hold them in good stead if they've got those other qualities, the genetic qualities to be world class.
I'll just give you an Indian perspective too. He's absolutely right. He's absolutely right. The problem is, we have this guru shishya culture, and the coach who started you at school does not want to let go of you, both for emotional reasons. I brought you, I found you, I trained you, and now you're leaving me and you're going to another coach. But I believe that you go to school, you have a good math teacher, you go to college, you have another math teacher, then you go and want to do your PhD and you have another math teacher. So similarly, the quality of the coach, they're great coaches at junior level, but they're not great coaches at elite level. But the coach does not let you go because, again, there is a lot of cash awards when the athlete wins in India. Not only the athlete, but the coach also gets cash awards, stuff like that. So while he's absolutely right, and that's the way you should do it, our problem is something slightly different. It's more of a cultural issue than being scientific or being common sense about it.
Don't worry, you see that in Australia a lot as well. That's a world over. That happens everywhere in the world in sport. Yeah, it's fascinating though, because you're right. In no other realm of life do you have your primary school teacher become a PhD teacher as the individual grows. But we think in sport that should.
Yeah, you're right.
Just picking on James' ending on genetics. I mean, I grew up during a phase, and I'd be curious on others' perspective, being told that Indians genetically are not good for sport, and that was almost like a conversation stopper, because genetics sounds like rocket science, and it's like, how do you even argue, right? I mean, you're just told you're not good enough, you cannot, and so as we and that's. So I also realized that for a very long time, we had a long list of excuses for why we can't achieve until things began to change. And, so I'd like to get context from each of you on nature versus nurture. Just a quick, one more add to this. My roots are from Gujarat. My grandparents are from Surat. And, I just happened to be born and brought up in Bangalore, which had a good aquatic ecosystem. It's the best place if you want to be a swimmer in this country. I was lucky to be introduced to the water. I was lucky to be introduced to a good set of friends and coaches and a coach. And, suddenly someone like me, 5 feet 6 inches tall, lands up making it to the Olympics. So, I'm just taking the genetics and, nature, nurture ecosystem that's required to facilitate any performance.
Right. Well, okay, that's a good question. Look, in terms of, I've heard this kind of comment before in a different context. In track and field, for a long time, there was an emerging view that certain events were more dominated by people from different countries. For example, in middle distance and distance, Africa obviously has produced numerous champions. And it's interesting watching now the evolution of what happens when an athlete does achieve success from outside of that particular geographic region, and how it can lead to greater success. And a great example that I'm seeing now in Australia is in relation to middle distance success. So for many years, when the sporting world was a smaller place and it was less representative, Australia had a very strong middle distance, so 800, 1500 metre runners, and some real legends of Australian sport, even now, John Landy and Herb Elliott and these things. And then the world opened up and we were less successful in those events. And then what's happened though in recent times is through coaching, through different, focusing on different areas of expertise, we're seeing a real resurgence in that, our talent in that event, and to the point where Jess Hull finished second in the women's 1500 metres in Paris, broke the Olympic record, so ran faster than any other person in that sport, in that event in history, except for the person who won the race. And that, I can see that's changing the mindset of other female distance runners who don't have African heritage. So that's an example of how when others see people achieve things, it changes the mindset. There is absolutely no doubt, in our sport that, and one of the great things that I love about our sport is that it has so much choice and so many different options. So obviously a shot putter has a different physique to a middle distance runner who has a different physique to a marathon runner. And so you see this variety of options. So from our sports perspective, we think we're a very inclusive sport that offers opportunity for everyone. In terms of, I won't make a comment about genetics or nature versus nurture. There absolutely has to be talent. You can't be the best in the world without athletic talent, and that can come. You can be born with that, but it's the application. We've seen many athletes that have had the potential to be successful, but the application, to James's point, basically you've got to be in it for the long haul. Success generally doesn't come overnight, and so the ability to actually have that sustained resilience, and that's something that comes from the individual. And there's a bit of serendipity in there too. You meet the right coach who is the right person for you, and Kieran probably can tell some great stories here. I know about the relationship he had with his coach. I know I had that with mine, who really took me all the way from club athletics to the world stage. And if you meet the right person, those combination of talent, application, the guide to get you there, that goes a hell of a long way to make up the recipe for success, I think.
So Kiran is right, and I agree with him. Actually, I did a lot of reading on, they kept saying the Kenyans were very good, middle and long distance, etc., etc. And there is no research to show it is genetics. It's the environment. They're living at an altitude. They run to school every day 10 kilometers, they run back 10 kilometers or walk back 10 kilometers. They lived in rarefied oxygen levels, and that is what is giving them that competitive advantage. And as he said, if you have the right coach and you have the right training, you can get over that. So I am not sure, and I haven't read that genetically somebody is superior to somebody else. Physically, could be. Physically, if somebody, so for a long time we've not been doing much with sprinters in India because we've not found the 6-foot sprinters. He's now training 6-foot sprinters, and I think that they're going to do very, very well. We've got some excellent sprinters today, but they're 6 feet tall. And now I'm convinced that our sprinters are going to do something at the top level. So it's, again, like he said, athletics has 50 events. So it depends on your physique, what event you want to do. A marathon runner and a shot putter is not the same. A sprinter and a pole vaulter is not the same. So you can do so many different events. In some countries, again, because of environment, because of weather, if it's very hot, you can't train that hard. so you need to get out, or if you don't have the physical get out, then you just can't take the load. And even if you take the load, you can't recover. Recovery is a very important part of training. So to me, I think the environment is more important, and I think we are completely misled by genetics.
Kieran, if in the context of talent ID, in your current role, playing a larger role, is there a pathway, is there a magic formula for identifying talent, and putting them in different sports? Like, I've always wondered if I wasn't in swimming, could I have played another sport and possibly, rather than just participating, could I have won? I never know. I mean, but I still had some restless energy that needed to be channeled. So I'm not sure about chess, but
with your physique and mindset.
But again, I think it's a question. I've heard some models, that UK tried before, towards London 2012. But I just like your context.
Yeah, look, this is a dangerous question to ask me, because I tend to find I'm a bit contrarian compared to most people around me. I think talent ID programs is the greatest con in the sporting universe. Physical talent is not rare. Physical talent is not rare. There is, in this room, 20 Olympians, if they were given the opportunity, the environment, had the mentality to pursue it, given the time and the space. Physical talent is not rare. It's everywhere, and it's given away constantly. And so for me, talent ID, it's a PR campaign. It makes people feel good about themselves, but is it going to lead to gold medals? If you're running a system that's willing to buy success, yes. And this is a big thing that we're really driving in Australia. That we have seen over generations sporting systems where essentially you pump in all the money and the resources to identified athletes, and you basically force them through the meat grinder, and you'll win gold medals at high cost, but there's nothing behind it. There's no sustainability, there's no reinforcement, and often those athletes struggle to perform more than once, maybe twice, but to have a 10-plus year career of international success, it never happens. And so in Australia, we worked with the entire sports system, the high-performance sports system, to come up with a unified strategy, and it's called Win Well. The win part is kind of obvious, but it was a little bit ironic when we started doing that work that the administrators and coaches didn't want to talk about winning as a headline, because we're worried about putting pressure on the athletes. And then when we brought the athletes in, they said, why the hell aren't we talking about winning? I don't do this for fun and for no outcome. I'm training and doing all this work because I want to win. But it's not just about winning at all costs. We have to do it well. You have to nurture the individual. You have to provide the right mental support and health and well-being, injury prevention and reduction to ensure that career longevity is possible. And then also supporting and setting up the athletes for life after, so that when their career ends, which it will, and they will be young, it might be forced, it might be on their own terms, that they're a well-rounded, well-developed and whole human being who can then move into life after successfully. And when you take a strategic view like that, and you start thinking about actually what does that mean, one thing it absolutely does not mean is taking a whole bunch of 12-year-olds, putting them through some physical testing, and then tell them, you're going to be a rower, you're going to be a swimmer, you're going to be an athlete, and then basically take their choice away from them and force them into a pathway that is most probably, by an exponential statistical factor, leading to failure. So, I apologise for those who run talent ID programs and love them. I appreciate that I'm a little contrary to that, but I think it's a farce. Physical talent is not hard to find. It's all of the other bits that go into that. I mean, your research that you talked about for those three factors, none of that had anything to do with physical talent.
I apologise too. For me, it's. I get asked this all the time in India, because everyone wants to go to a village, find a 10-year-old, take them, put them somewhere and develop them and then be Olympic champion. We've got to stop trying to find talent. We have to let talent find us. That's the key. And we do that by good quality coaching, good quality education, in India's schools. So trying to make sport more inclusive in schools, maybe part of the curriculum. That's the first thing. The second thing is competitions. So we have to have appropriate level competitions across all sports. So kids learn to be competitive. That's important. The third thing is, I call it convenience. So let's, in athletics terms, is there an athletics track or a facility or somewhere where they can do athletics within a convenient distance to their home? Then if you add in culture and climate, you've got 5 C's. And if you get these things, you've got something very powerful. So if you look at Kenya, Uganda, these places, the infrastructure isn't particularly great, but there's a culture, there's a good climate, there's ambition. You know, these guys, you know, they've got role models. And all these things come together. And they sort of, you've got this kind of perfect storm situation going on. So I think we have to sort of reverse our thinking on talent ID. Rather than going looking, let's create an environment, let's create an ecosystem where we allow talent to flourish and poke their heads up if they're good enough. For me, talent is equal, opportunity is not. And in India, one of the things we're working very closely with the Athletics Federation on in particular is to create opportunities for our most talented athletes to be successful, as long as they're good enough and as long as they want it enough.
So I'm certainly not going to contradict Kieran. Maybe to add a little bit of colour though. And I think this is very relevant for India as it thinks about the pathway ahead to 2036 and as it thinks about what does success look like in terms of achieving success at a home games, which will be important, and Kieran made that point earlier. And that is that there is a vast array of events and sports at the Olympics. And I think it is fair to say that in Australia, even within athletics, we have made decisions about specialising or focusing on particular areas within that vast array. And I guess, you know, one reflection for India as it thinks about high performance sport is, well, where does it feel like it might have a competitive advantage that it can exploit to achieve success? I, of course, would argue that it needs to be involved deeply in athletics because that is the foundation sport of the Olympic Games and Paralympic Games. But, you know, you need to think about that. And, you know, in track and field for us, Australia has had more high performance success in events that have more technical expertise, I guess, that may be required. So events like pole vault, some of the field events, more recently with the hurdles as well. And so you do have to make decisions about prioritisation, which is different from and to support Kieran's point around talent ID, but not trying to be good in every sport, in every discipline. It's virtually impossible, and what you will find is that there's never enough money to go around to cover all of that. So some specialisation from an administrative point of view is required to make sure that you know, taxpayers' money is well invested, or public money is well invested, and to achieve outcomes and understand that you can't succeed in every single sport.
Appreciate that. We're running out of time, so just if I could request Adil, if you can, what is it that we can learn or do engage with Australia to, you know, as we're moving towards 2036? Your thoughts, and then Kieran, the same question from your perspective.
Yeah. So I think we are weak on science, sports sciences. Sports sciences help not only in doing the right things for performance improvement, but basically to ensure that you don't get injured. Injury is very, very important because that takes away a huge chunk of your life when you get injured. And then if you do get injured, how do you get back as soon as possible? So I think sports science, to me, sports is science, sports is biomechanics, sports is biochemistry, is physiology, kinesiology, etc., etc., etc. Apart from the softer skills of passion, that's culture, passion. I'm not talking about that. But on the solid part, which is, I think we need more sports science into our system to do what not to do than what to do, so that you don't get injured, etc.
I would agree with that. I've been thinking about this topic a little bit actually over the last couple of days, and I think one of there's lots of opportunity. We can talk about lots of different areas of specific capability or alignment or need, whether that be performance support, technology, coaching. I mean, there's a lot of opportunity there. But I think one of the fundamental ingredients that's actually really probably required is building a sense that sport as an industry is a career, and a career worth pursuing. In Australia, we don't struggle for that. Like, sport is core to our culture. It's everywhere, and so if a teenage kid comes home and says to their parents, "I want to be an athlete or a physio or a sports doctor or a coach," the vast majority of Australian parents will just go, "Okay, no problem. That sounds fun. Go for it." Because it's an industry that is seen to have lots of opportunity, that's seen to be a path to a good career and a good life. And I know that we're a little bit unique in that, because in my travels you go to a lot of different countries where sport's not that deeply ingrained in the cultural view, and interestingly through Asia and South Asia where education is so deeply valued. But of all of the elements of education that a community might talk about being highly valued, sport won't generally fall into a line there. Even though, if you're a mathematician or a physiologist, a scientist, like there's lots of amazing roles in sport that you can also do from those backgrounds. It's not, So understanding and valuing the industry and what the industry can create to enable, all of the opportunities for individuals to have wonderfully successful careers, to build better lives for themselves and their communities, and take the nation forward, because it's a real, from a GDP perspective, it's a pretty damn valuable business.
Thank you. With that, we will have to wrap up this panel. I really appreciate each of you for your wonderful thoughts. And I'm sure everyone can leverage, more from you the rest of the day and tomorrow as well. Thank you.
Gentlemen, if we can just get you to stay for a quick picture. Oh, picture? Okay. Thank you. Thanks, gentlemen. Thank you. We are going to jump straight into our next panel as well. We will welcome each of our esteemed panelists onto stage. Thanks. So our next panel is on grassroots to glory. I think it's a topic that lies at the heart of sports development. We've got a fantastic panel of experts across industry as well. First up, David Pryle, CEO of Hockey Australia. We've also got Professor Adam Garg, Professor of Sports Management at the Deakin University. Professor Adam, hi, yep. Neelam Babadesai, Head of Sport at the Tata Trust. We've got Karan Singh, Associate Vice President of the Abhinav Bindra Foundation. And Yash Patel, Academy Lead at Reliance Foundation. I think we're just missing Neelam. Neelam. So I think it's pretty fair to say that it is a huge topic of interest. I think we can do an entire conference on just this at times as well, because we're at that cusp, right? If we're looking at 2036, 12 years from now, grassroots becomes even more important. And in many ways, I think one of the lasting sort of messages from the previous panel was that the culture of sport is so different
in a country like Australia versus the culture of sport that exists or doesn't exist at times here in India. But David, I'd like to start with you first up, because Hockey India and Hockey Australia have had this long-standing relationship. I know you were going to do a spotlight on it as well, but I'd love for you to throw some light on what that relationship has been like, what's worked, what is it about that cooperation that's helped both sides?
It's a great partnership. So I was working out the other day, so in the past 27 months, so what's that, just shy of 2 years, our Kookaburra, so the men's team, we've played each other 16 times, 10 in Australia, 4 in India, Commonwealth Games, Olympic Games. In the women's, we've played each other 5 times. So we have an MOU on the table to play regular content now on a yearly basis, both from international level, but also elite juniors as well. And there's a mutual respect. Make that no mistake. And my philosophy from an Australian perspective is we want India to be strong, because if India is strong, then world hockey is strong.
Of course.
And so.
And we've seen that happen over the last decade as well.
Absolutely.
Just a big change in Indian hockey.
Absolutely. I mean, they've won, a bronze medal at the last 2 Olympic Games. And, our governments in Australia, our state governments that fund us to play events, they want to have the Indian national team playing in their state in Australia, because it'll drive tourism and revenue, and it's great match play as well. So it's a fruitful relationship, and it's going to last for a long period of time.
Brilliant. We will touch upon that a bit more later as well. But Adam, just coming to the topic that we're sitting on here, I think this is your 8th trip in the last 12 years or so in India. Just tell us how you think things have changed since your first trip to now, because obviously in chase of an Olympic bid and everything else in terms of progress for our nation as a sporting nation, have you seen that progress through your own lens?
Absolutely, yeah, and as part of that, I haven't been for 6 years, so I came intensely sort of every year for 6 or 7, and there's been a gap, and that has allowed that to come through very clearly this week. So I think initially the early things we did were a bit more commercial in nature. They were around sport marketing and fan engagement from a uni perspective and a workshop perspective, but also teaching, I guess, the fundamentals or sharing the fundamentals of sport development. So how do we provide not only a program but a system that maximises our ability to acquire people into a system, retain them, re-engage them if they fall out, and those sort of pieces. So look, I think we came at an early stage, and there were learnings very quickly. One of the things that I think is really pertinent to a lot of the discussions today that stood out to me very clearly and very quickly was the privatisation of sport development or sport participation in India. It is fundamentally different to the way that sport, I'll say 10 years ago and before, fundamentally ran in Australia. Kieran touched on a couple of the emergent trends that are perhaps concerning for us in Australia in that space. But to return later or now and see that those systems still exist, or the frameworks for that privatisation still exist, but certainly the frameworks underpinning that are a lot stronger. Commercially, the opportunity is being grabbed in India, which is critical. But yes, certainly enormous growth and wonderful to be able to see that over time.
You know, speaking of privatization, I'm just going to head across to the 3 to your left. Neelam, Karan, Yash, obviously your organizations, the Tata Trust, Abhinav Bindra Foundation, and of course Reliance Foundation, they've been at the forefront of sports development, and in many ways, not just at the elite level, but building up to the elite level as well. How critical is this private sector funding? Is it filling the need gap that perhaps the government can't quite fill as well, because there's so much to do? And what else is there to be done before we dive further into what is actually going on? Neelam, perhaps start.
Definitely it's filling the gap, because as you rightly said, it's such a big, vast country. There's so many things to do, and it's just not possible for one organization to do and reach where we want to be. So I think everybody here sitting at the table brings in different contexts. They work in different areas, and the important thing is how we can convene together. So if we have a mandate, or we have the focus on developing sports at the grassroots, then there is a lot which the Abhinav Bindra team can bring and the others can bring, so that we can strengthen that ecosystem and do much more than what only we can bring to the table.
And how much is that happening, Yash? When it comes to these collaborative efforts, I know you guys are individually doing so much. You throw in an OGQ, a Go Sports in the mix as well, you guys, JSW, but how much of that needs to be more collaborative? Just give us your stance on the privatization as well.
So to answer your first question, not enough, clearly.
Yep.
A good example actually is one of the projects that we run in Mizoram, where the Tatas have been involved as well. And our program ends at under 14, and common partners, mutual partners are the Football Association there. So we've all gotten together and we've had a conversation, okay, we're looking after under 6 to under 14. What comes next?
Yeah, where's that gap?
Yeah. So, but not enough is the answer. I think there's always room for more. And also, I don't think we, cricket notwithstanding, I don't think we need to worry too much about saturation or opportunity or programs. I think if there is a deficit that we have in Indian sport, it is in the absence of an organic culture, that invisible hand that drives decisions, shared values, etc. We have a huge opportunity deficit. We just don't provide children enough access to sport. So grassroots, I feel like the previous panel stole all our talking points.
Yeah, actually.
Yeah.
To some extent, yeah.
Yeah, but I'll pause there. I have a few more thoughts, but I'll pause there.
Karan, your thoughts on the same?
No, I think for India, that has about 300 million school children, right? I think the lens on how we look at sport has changed very drastically in the last 7 years. Of course, positively. We looked at sport from a very elite perspective since last many years, and that is where we failed. I think when you look at developed countries, which we call developed in sporting sense economically, I think we look at Australia, US, I think one thing that's really common is the culture of sport. And I don't just mean the culture of sport with respect to the infrastructure, the coaches, but I also mean in families, at your home. Physical activity being the mode of everything that you do, right? And I think when we look at sport beyond the purview of excellence, which in its own right, it's fair to judge upon, you need a podium finish to be able to get to somewhere, but I think when you look at sport from a lens of values, when you look at sport from a lens of improving health outcomes, when you look at sport from a lens of increasing retention in classrooms, I think then the whole game changes. I think in CSR and private, what they bring on the table, it has increased. Of course, it has gone beyond marketing to a level where now it's all looked at it from a development outcomes perspective. But I think at the same time, systemically, how it is built in India is that CSR projects are year-on-year based.
Yeah.
And sport, unfortunately, is a very gratification, instant gratification sort of a space, right? You sponsor an athlete today and then you ask, oh, you did not win a medal, we'll not continue.
You can't assess the intangibles, right? The progress, yeah.
Exactly. And I think when you talk about sport, that it has to be looked down from a different purview altogether, you need to go beyond podium finishes and medals. And that is where your real talent will automatically start churning in and feed onto the top tier. I think it's a bottom-up process rather than a top-down approach. I was talking about how systemically it has to be changed, but I'll hold my thoughts and I'll talk about it in the further discussion.
Yeah, we'll get there as well. David, just on that bottom-up approach, right? I'd love to just get your thoughts on being from a national federation perspective, some of the takeaways in terms of what you guys have done well to make Australia the sporting powerhouse that it is. How difficult are some of those challenges from a grassroots level? What is it you think in terms of policy, in terms of investment in sport at a grassroots level that enable Australia to be this sporting powerhouse through the course of, let's say, that next set, right? From 14 to 17, 17 to then the 20s and 30s.
Yeah, I could talk from a hockey perspective initially, is that we draw a direct line from grassroots participation all the way up to international. What I mean by that is we are investing all our money at the moment in recruiting under 12s.
Right.
Kids, I mean, it's the lifeblood of Australian sport, is when you're under 12, you're playing multiple sport. We want them to choose hockey. So in the last year, we're up 15% year on year in participation for under 12s. Now, what that means is we just want kids to have fun. Like my 3 kids, they play, they have fun. The last thing I want them, to do is put pressure on them. But we know that the bottom of the funnel at grassroots, if we have more kids playing, then the talented kids will then start through our pathway. And our pathway starts at under 14s. I know Kieran's not in the room, but I can say it's probably too young, under 14s, but they're representing their states at under 14s all the way up, and then the first opportunity they've got to represent their country is actually under 21s. So, and this is a lot with my colleagues in sport too, is you get more kids playing, then the talented kids, you've got more to choose from that come through the pathway and then all the way up. the biggest challenge we have is actually keeping the sort of 17 to 22-year-olds in sport.
In the sport, yeah.
It's the biggest challenge we've got in Australia. You know, our churn rate's 30% on average. Hockey, we're at 26%. So we're continually looking at ways in which we keep people in the sport. But that's the biggest challenge we've got right now, is that when kids are in their last 2 years of school to when they finish uni, is actually getting them to continue to play.
Is that the similar struggle that we're facing in India, do you think? Is it actually the previous stage, which is actual identification, or is it that stage of actually keeping kids in sport? Your thoughts?
I think we have more fundamental challenges to contend with. You talk about early diversification, delaying specialization and things like that. That only happens when children are afforded the opportunity to engage in multiple sports. I'll speak more from a footballing context. You threw out some numbers over there. What gets measured gets managed. We don't have any good data, unfortunately. So it's a little bit of a non-answer, but it's to my first point. Children in India are just not afforded enough opportunities and enough access, barring cricket, to engage in sport. So theoretically, yes, we'd love to have early diversification and delay specialization as much as possible. I feel like David Epstein is smiling somewhere because everybody was quoting from his work in the previous panel as well. So yeah, I'm not sure if that answers your question.
Yeah, partly does. And I guess access, therefore, is a big challenge, isn't it, Neelam? In terms of, for kids today in India, A, it's not just their choice. We know how much of a role parents, coaches, teachers play in the country as well. And B, actually having the infrastructure, access to have sport at their fingertips. Is that the biggest issue, do you think?
Definitely. I mean, everybody here, I think even the Olympians whom we have spoken to, they picked up that sport because that infra was near them, right? The first is when you get to a grassroots center, it has to be somewhere near where I can go and play and have fun. That's the first connect. If that is there, then we can start building on it, right? So, so if we actually check out, you know, if there's a culture, as we say, of sports in that region, like we've capitalized on hockey in Jharkhand or Odisha, or badminton in Mizoram, or football in Mizoram, absolutely, where there is that culture. So you have that infra, you have the connect, you need kids to play with. I mean, kids need kids, right? So there's something to play with. There's a community which gets you together for that sport. So those are the major points, I think, that should be there. And then you add on technical support if we have the right kind of coaches and equipment, and that can help, definitely.
Adam, just coming to the management side, therefore, obviously we've got a different set of challenges in India versus Australia, but we're here talking about the collaborative efforts that potentially could come through with India and Australia. But from a sports management perspective, what role would these international collaborations play in grassroots athlete development?
I think there's enormous opportunities, both for, I guess, the development and the grassroots opportunities. So understanding, again, those systems. I think if we talk about growth of any product, and sport is ultimately a product, is it physically available? Is it mentally available to people? Are the systems built correctly? There seems to be in India, we've heard it a few times this week, about a tension in education about 14, 15 years old, where there's some choices being made. You know, how are we addressing that? How are we placing the role of sport within the education system to get better outcomes than creating those tensions at that age? Not an easy thing to do. I'm not suggesting that.
You're
but
changing culture, essentially.
Absolutely, yeah. And Kieran talked about the culture and how lucky we've been in Australia to know that sport is a career from a management, from a development, and from a sports science point of view as well. So, look, I think the role of international collaborations from established systems is not to come and say, here is the way to do it and move forward. The context that I've learned in 1 or 2 visits, let alone 8, could probably talk to that. But I think there's there are still some systems that will stand up globally. There are frameworks and systems. There is research done in certain markets that can be applied. There is research and tools that can be translated to allow other markets to learn from that. The constraints may be different. The barriers may be different. The correctional points may be different. But nonetheless, institutions that have done that work, and for us at Deakin, our first sport management program was 7 years before the 2020 Olympics. It was in 1993 that we started this journey. Sports science at Deakin, another considerable world strength. So you look across those areas and you see the frameworks, you see the opportunities for knowledge translation, for education translation, all the things we're talking about today. It should be an exciting journey.
Yeah, and we're 12 years away from that big earmark date in some sense. And therefore, I guess, from another foundation perspective, sports science, a huge topic of discussion, and I think one that will pave the way for the future as well. Karan, how do you see sports science playing a role already in transitioning athletes from, let's say, a youth level to an elite level at the Abhinav Bindra Foundation as well? And how much are you seeing it advance year on year, month on month even?
Oh, I think definitely India has made a lot of progress in terms of infrastructure. I'll come to that first. We have about 16 sports science centers across India that we run with various state governments and through the foundation. There are a chunk of athletes who are already interested in sport, and that is how we look at it, who are already, their parents have been weightlifters, shooters, archery athletes, who already know their children might get into sport. So we provide them with scholarships. But another level of sports science element that we are integrating is at a school level, where we believe that PE teachers are the first person who a child gets introduced through sport for, right? And we train these PE teachers to conduct simple battery of tests. And you don't need heavy sports science mobile equipment to be able to do that. You need simple battery of tests to be conducted. Is the person agile enough? Is the balance is good enough? Is there acceleration? Simple notes that a PE teacher is trained to put in a record in his school notebook that gets assessed by the departments of sports, education, that really helps us get that talent at the end of the day. I think sports science definitely is evolving. I would say it's still new, but in terms of education is something that we need to really work on. So that is where exactly we come in. We go to schools, we work with simple battery of tests with PE teachers, because it's not just about children at the end of the day. I think we realize that even parents need to also understand what the children's metrics of assessments and success are. PE teachers and then coaches, of course. So I think through the foundation, we do this battery of tests each year, and these are all aligned with the state government's priorities in terms of what trials do they have. For example, if it's under 16 football trial happening in the next 9 months, I know which category of children do I need to train to be able to get at least 1% of success in it. That is how your pipeline from schools to the elite infrastructure that everybody boasts about today will actually be called as a success rather than just getting the photo ops done and saying it's something that people can access.
Absolutely. You know, we speak so much about player development, but I guess that support system plays such a huge factor culturally in India as well. And Yash, I'd love your thoughts on this because, you know, I've seen it personally. We do a lot of work on the ground with Kabaddi as well. And the biggest change is that mental shift in an athlete, right? Explaining what new metrics of fitness should be, what a new diet or nutrition schedule should be like. And then there's resistance from the coaches to change their ways as well. How do you guys tackle that? How much of a challenge is that in terms of progress?
Okay, second question first. Recruitment. You've got to overlook sometimes the certifications and the licenses and just figure out, is this a person who has an open mind? Is it a person who has a growth mindset? Do they, above all, enjoy working with children and are passionate about helping them improve? And then you pick those people over the ones with the fancy degrees at times. So that, it starts there. We've got a unique perspective because with the academy in Navi Mumbai, it's a finishing school. Let's be honest. It's filtration. We've got a talent ID. That was a fun segment. I largely agree, actually, which might be surprising to some. And then we've got the mass participation, broad-based participation happening in Mizoram, right? So I think a two-pronged approach from our perspective, at least.
So the kids in Navi Mumbai already have the buy-in, right? It's the ones in Mizoram that are at a slightly earlier level as such.
I'd say it's like a time frame thing. So yes, also what you're saying, although it is the kids that come into our program right now, as I said, it's a finishing school. What football engagement have they had from a young age up until the point that they come to us? If all goes as to plan, those kids that are playing in Mizoram right now at 4, 5, 6 years of age, hopefully experimenting with different sports as well, after all the drop-offs that happen, and those kids then end up coming to us, they're in a much better position to capitalize on all the different things and all the different departments that we have. Bear with me, because your last question, I was thinking about it after I gave my answer. And I think you laid it up for me well. You mentioned that one of the challenges you guys have is the attrition, or 17 to 21, the churn that's happening. I have to talk about age fraud. It is so pervasive in India. I'm not sure if our Australian colleagues are aware of this. The previous panel spoke a little bit about relative age effect. What doesn't get spoken enough when speaking about relative age effect is that as long as your system allows for those athletes to come back in, and it's a revolving door, and the door is not closed behind them, it's fine. In India, relative age effect, we have children competing in age group sport that are 2-3 years older at times. Can you imagine? Imagine the number of kids that are excluded, and the door is shut. They get in, the door is shut behind them, and they're out. We can't afford that. And
a lot of the times, the honest kids are the ones that.
Precisely, and I do have to say that it's never the kid's fault. I don't think any kid wakes up in the morning and then has a grand plan to go and forge a bunch of documents to get an unfair advantage. So it's enabled by the adults, unfortunately. So I would not forgive myself if I didn't bring that up to your previous question.
No, and I think it's very prevalent. We've seen it across sports as well. We do everything from bone density tests to everything else, but I think, as you said, the problem is if you've got enough pressure to forge a document, it's happened, it's handed, a name change happens, and off you go, you know. And I think it is an unfortunate problem, and I don't know how prevalent it is in Australia, but I think, you know, it is something that we've yet to find or solve for, and the rewards that come with a junior medal or you know, things like that, unfortunately, carry on this process, therefore. But Neelam, your thoughts just on that perspective as well. Building culture, I know it's a really tough one, but how important is it to breach communities, go into success stories from within a community and then build on that?
That's the only way to bring, you know, if you want to expand and take it to scale, that is the way to develop it, I think. I mean, even when we talk about grassroots, it's really getting down to that small, tiny place where the child at 3-year-old, 4-year-old can get an access to some sports and start enjoying sport, right? It could be anything there. And then after that, even at any of our organizations who bring in those programs to those places, they can't be there forever. It has to be at some point in time owned by the community and then carried on by the community. So first it can be easier when there is already a culture, so it's easy to develop that aspect and build capacity so that they can take up these programs. Otherwise it's always difficult otherwise to get that kind of an ownership. So that's one. And at least to address the age front, because I know it's a big thing, especially in the Northeast, because we've done badminton and football programs there. But I think one of the ways, the only way, could be a solution is that to catch them young. So when they enroll into a grassroots program, if that is the time when I have their birth date and that is the time when I have their documents and I use that as a base which I can pass on. So that, I mean, of course, everybody has to be that ethical, and we have to build that community where we talk about those values and say, hey, you are what you are, this is it, and this is what the document will be used for without having those entry points, right? So today we don't have a record, as we are saying. There's no data.
Correct.
When a child moves from a grassroots center to a next level or to the next level, the data is not passed along with it, right? There's an entry point, and then that's where the issues happen. But if we connect and if we are able to pass on that data, whatever we are doing at the grassroots, we have that, and the next level.
And you need the federation to then accept the same data. Exactly.
Take it and do whatever verification they want to do and take it on. That probably could help.
I think this is a fair point. How you can put those limitations in terms of how it can be prevented, right? But I think I've done a lot of studies in terms of understanding how developed countries also manage it. I think in India, more or less, system fails an athlete rather than brings the athlete further.
Right.
One thing that really works is that why does an athlete go for age fraud in the first place? Or why does an athlete also go for doping in the first place? I think it's very linked psychologically, right? I think it's a pressure of what if they do not win. If they do not win, do they have a career to go back to? Or are they skilled or educated enough? I think in India, when you talk about elite athletes, they do not even have graduation degrees or even a +2 degrees. I think when you look at sport, you need to look at it from a holistic manner. Of course, excellence being the first priority, but then what are your next top 3 priorities that you want to focus on? Is the athlete also educated enough to perhaps gets injured?
Have a second career in sport.
Has to second career in sport. I think work that Union Sports Hub, for example, is doing in Europe. I think a lot of organizations that have in fact newly come up in India are working to give that second option for an athlete to have a respectable career. I see these stories on a lot of channels saying that XYZ medalist from India is now a seller on the roads, it's selling something. I think it's also about what respectful careers you can give them at the end of the day.
I'm a sitting example. I lost my career with an RCB IPL contract after my second knee surgery, and I managed to do it. And I can't say it was because of a system, but you know, for me, I knew only sport and said I'm going to have to do something in sport. And I agree. I think there's so many people who are similar batchmates to me, whether it was football or cricket or any other sport, that sadly don't have a career in sport and are still looking for what they're doing. And I think it is an absolute challenge within our nation as well. But you know, I think just a quick story on community, right? I think it's one person in a community that can make a change. We had a youngster, we run a series called the Yuva Kabaddi series as a pathway to the Pro Kabaddi League. And we had a young boy from Uttarakhand, not a Kabaddi playing state at all. He did well in his team. The team was knocked out in the first round. We said this team, you know, this young boy deserves a shot in the next round. Put him in one of the Pondicherry sides as an outstation player going forward. Because of that, he was then spotted and picked up by a Pro Kabaddi team for 44 lakhs in the auction. Here's a man who's earning 20,000 to 50,000 a year from Kabaddi. He had a 2.5 kilometer long procession that welcomed him back to the village. And suddenly now people have turned from drugs and alcohol in the village to playing Kabaddi. And I think it's that one person that can change the course of an entire community, right? And we forget perhaps how easy that can be, because I guess it's not homegrown nature to turn towards sport. And I guess it is homegrown nature to turn towards sport for you guys, David. But I've got an interesting question for you, because what would you do today if you had to start from scratch and didn't have sporting culture to lean on, right? How would you go back and build culture? Because let's say that's kind of where we are today. Even with all the advancement, with all the infrastructure, we're still talking about building sporting culture in India, following sport rather than following icons, which is kind of where I think we're still stuck in India.
Oh, where do I start? For all the Australians in the room who work in sport, the first thing I would do is I would set up our sport without a federated model. So I hope everyone knows what a federated model is here. But effectively, as the national sporting organisation, we have 8 members.
Yeah.
So in my role, and I look at Simon too, we've got to keep 8 CEOs and roughly 80 to 90 directors of hockey happy. And so for our players, so what you see at the Olympic Games, they're categorised through their states and then up, whereas we don't have full control really from a coaching perspective until they hit the national team. So to start a business from scratch and start a sport from scratch and to help build the culture, it would be a one-stop shop. So it would just be, you know, the national sporting organisation and doing what we're doing, but then bring him through the pathway. And so what we can do is build that culture within, and I say players, we're very cognizant in Australia, or especially in hockey, you know, we're not calling 12, 13, 14, 15, maybe even 16-year-old kids athletes. I think we've got to be very clear on that. And I think that sometimes can erode culture, because if you're calling a 14-year-old an athlete,
the expectation comes in
up there, especially the parents as well. So break down the federated model. What we coach at international level is the way we prepare the players, whether they're good or not. It's up to them at 13, 14, 15-year-old level. And so it's a lot more streamlined than what we have now. And at an administration level too, I would kill for it. So that's how I would build it. And naturally culture will build from there. And I think culture is a little bit of an overused word. Hockey Australia, we've gone through a bit of cultural change, but culture is only what you're not prepared to walk past. So it's in your own hands really what you set.
Yeah, and Adam, I'd love your thoughts on this as well, because you've been in India enough times. You know, I lived in Australia 5 years, and one of the things that always struck me was the fact that someone's turning up to work in a suit and a pair of sneakers, or turning up at work and showering there, and it's just part of nature. It's not an Instagram post when you're at the gym, right? Whereas that sort of hasn't quite set into India just yet. So how would you go about it if you had to reset or restart actually building that sporting prowess?
Well, I think if you look at historically the threads of where sport and the crossover with Australia is, education's a huge part.
Yeah.
I think for all of us, and we've heard some stories already today, but it is absolutely embedded in what you do from a really young age. But I think once you move through the system and you think about the system, it is about designing something, and this is not easy, but designing something that is rewarding all the multiple wonderful things that sport delivers. So when you're a CEO of a national sport organisation, there's financial, internal, external and social pieces, promotional, governance pieces. They all need to be delivered across the sports system. It's social connection if it's other pieces, and that is going to allow you, when you get to tensions, commercial tensions, sport development tensions, whatever they might be, when there are going to be a lot of parts of this system over the next decade or so that are going to struggle with cultural shift around technology. How are we making the right decisions? How are we embedding that into an organisation around leadership and characteristics and capabilities of that? The high performance journey in terms of transitioning from that being owned by coaches and physios at the moment to a much more complex mix of biomechanists and load, analysts looking at load and things like that. There are going to be some disruptive challenges as the system grows. Sure. I think what you want rooted at the core of that is the means to always have a view of why are we doing sport, and education, social connection, all of those wonderful things. Obviously, yes, it's a business, that transition comes in. To a certain extent, will look after itself in this market. But I think critically it's designing a system that rewards for all of those pieces, not being centrally focused on one.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just what came to mind as well is what erodes culture and I think hurts sport, and this is a learning that I think India can take too, is don't be too early in setting your pathway. And I'll use an example. So our office is with the state body, Hockey Victoria, they work in the same. And there was 110 12 and 13-year-old kids trying out for the under-14 Victorian state hockey team. And I asked the coach, how many are you picking? And they said, 30. So I said to them, just so I've got this clear, we're telling 80 kids at the first opportunity they have to try out for a team that they're not good enough. She said, it builds resilience. I said, no, it doesn't. That's stupidity. They'll go and play something else.
For sure.
So I think we've also got to be very clear that we're not telling kids, and we're not eroding their confidence too early. Just let them play and have fun. And then if they're serious enough by the age of 15 and 16, then put them on the pathway.
And that's a great point, because it was actually one of my questions to you guys as well. How do we manage expectations versus reality in a country like India? Because time horizons are very different here. We came out into the last Olympic Games with, again, expectations through the roof, but the reality as such is very different, and the understanding of what goes into becoming an Olympic champion is very limited. I'd love your thoughts first up, Karan, and maybe from the two of you as well, because managing expectations versus reality in India, across industry, across business, across all aspects, is a tough ask.
I think when we talk about expectations from, let's say, private institutions, from people who are on the forefront, on the ground, right? I think there are challenges that are not just one-dimensional. It's not that you put up an infrastructure and then you say, why are not people coming to play sport, or why are they not getting medals? We have to look at sport and we have to detach ourselves from the outcomes of it in terms of a podium finish, right? I think a lot of what organizations like us, in fact, also does is we spend a lot of time convincing private donors on why sport is still valuable, even if there is not a gold medal at the end of the day. And I think, and these are, of course, a lot of corporates are more mature, for a lack of a better word, but a lot of corporates who are not mature enough, who have that sort of kitty of money to give away for sports.
What's my ROI?
Yeah, what's my ROI? Because at the end of the day, sport will always be looked up, I think I have to put it that way, from a marketing lens for sport. And when we look at sport differently, I think that is when really the buy-in will come in from stakeholders. I think we talk about 2036 and India's aspirations to host the Olympic Games a lot, but I think fundamentally how many Indians actually watch the Olympic Games is a big question mark, right? And how many Indians do even know what Olympics stand for, right? Olympics is more of a movement which is based on the values of Olympism, which is based on the values of friendship, excellence, respect, the values that you can derive at an early age through sport. Even if you survey today, we work with about 11 million school children across India. through the foundation. And one of our key aspects of managing these expectations is perhaps educating children in terms of what value sport can bring into your lives, rather than telling them that, hey, if we fund you today, if you get into our program, we're going to get you a gold medal tomorrow. Gold medal, when you detach yourself as an outcome, as a sole outcome of it, is something that you can really call as a success, rather than the otherwise.
Yeah, it's the same thing actually. We were talking about it before we got on stage as well. I think it comes back to that same issue, right? We go to watch a PV Sindhu, we're not going to watch the art of badminton. We go to watch a Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma. Yes, cricket's more sort of, evolved in that sense from a viewer perspective, but we're still stuck on icons rather than the sport itself. And I guess the same issue comes down to the grassroots. Unless you see an icon or you think you're going to become an icon, is that the wrong methodology, Neelam, in your mind, to go ahead and play sport, chasing that medal rather than playing for the love of sport, and therefore is education the answer?
Definitely awareness can make a big difference, especially not just the players, I think the parents, even the first trainer or the coach that is teaching at the grassroots center, right? I mean, if we are, unfortunately, they don't talk about the benefits of sports other than the medal. I mean, we always measure progress and achievements in terms of medals. So if we give them, educate them on the other measures that are there, which is improvement in your confidence, life, and all of those life skills that sports develop, give them that, and then they pass that on to the parents and said that, hey, yeah, maybe they've not won the medal, but look at all of those things which have grown.
Yeah.
You know, the child was not able to speak, now he's speaking confidently.
More well-rounded as an individual.
Which is good enough. So that itself, and in our experience, that has definitely worked, where we've reached out to the parents, conducted those awareness sessions, developed the skills of the trainer so that they can start talking about the intangible skills that sports develop. So that, I think, can make a huge difference.
You know, we've obviously addressed a lot of the player journey or the human aspect of it, but I'd love to jump into the sports science element a little bit more as well. David, I think it's safe to say today it's a necessity and no longer a luxury. How has Hockey Australia brought data-backed science into its processes at the grassroots level? How much of a challenge is that in terms of access, in terms of affordability as well?
Yeah, so this goes along with probably what I said before, is I'm very reluctant, we are reluctant to get sports science too much into 12, 13, 14, 15, 16-year-old kids. Because at the end of the day, they are kids, they're not athletes. Obviously, we spend a lot at the highest level, and we've got full-time performance analysts in both our men's and women's programs. So data and science is huge, and yes, we do spend a lot of money on it at the international level and even the international junior level, but we're very cognizant, and it's a very slippery slope to get too far down the pathway in sports science.
Your thoughts on this, Adam? Are you of the same view? Because obviously coming from a university perspective as well, how early do you think is too early to develop young talent with science, data in that journey?
Well, I think in part, and I agree with the comments that it is too early to put too much of those pieces in. At the same time, young people are gamifying all forms of activity. They're learning data, they're learning things like that in the tools that we're giving them on a day-to-day basis and the games that they're playing and those sorts of things. So I think an understanding of data, of performance, of human movement, of the right things to do in a gentle introduction is absolutely the right way to go. And sport, as usual, provides a wonderful vehicle to educate. So whether or not you're learning European capitals from watching European football growing up, or nutrition through being an athlete in the right things, I think there's some great messages there. What I'd be really firm on is, or what I'd be really wanting to see through that, is an understanding of what the careers can be in sport. So when I came here 12 years ago for the first time, I don't think people knew sport management was a career, that sport could be a career. Now we're probably starting to hear that same piece around sports science. Okay, are we fully aware of the range of careers, of what they do, of the training required, of what the system could look like, of what my career could look like? So I think that's the opportunity of the building blocks at that stage, understanding that technology, data and those pieces are inherently in the way young people are behaving and understanding life. Let's lean into that a little bit, but let's also take the opportunity to make them more aware of the careers and the education pathways that sit there.
Yeah, and I guess, therefore, grassroots is no longer only about playing sport, but actually all of these various aspects, because building a career in sport today is not just about being an athlete. You've got so many opportunities to live a life in sport as well. Yash, I'd like to just get your understanding of success stories. We've talked a lot about challenges from your own, pathways and your own foundation as well, and what Reliance is doing. Any success stories that come to mind that perhaps could inspire more and more people to either invest in sport at a grassroots level or get CSR funding to sort of up itself a bit more too?
So I'll start with the obvious sporting outcome. An article, I think a couple of days ago, just showed the top 20 under 21 players in the ISL, and by playing minutes, so not just some subjective sort of an opinion. And 4 of those top 20 players are graduates of our academy.
Nice.
And 2 of them are in the top 3, and they're all the correct age. So from a sporting standpoint, that's one example. But look, and I'll give an answer to your previous question as well in this little monologue of mine about expectation and reality. So I'm just very grateful you didn't ask me when India's qualifying for the World Cup. Not anytime soon. We're very lucky where right from our leadership is strong in the sense that Mrs. Ambani is clear that she said that, look, child first, player second. And that underpins everything that we do at Young Champs. So we have to focus on the environment that we're able to create. If there is a sporting outcome at the end of that journey, fantastic. But we work backwards from making sure that these kids have just had a really positive experience, regardless of the footballing outcome, because it's so elusive. Do we get it right all the time? No. Do we try to? Absolutely. Other success stories, non-sporting, like one Yashwinder Singh. He was one of our first batches that came in back in 2015. This is our 10th year now. Tore his ACL, wasn't working out for him. COVID hit. We offered him a role to just be like an apprentice coach or like intern with us. And now he's got a team to himself. He's with our under-15s. It's people know football. He's assistant to Jose Barreto, one of the legends of Indian football. So that's a nice little wholesome story. And I've got a few. I'm lucky and grateful to have a few. But
thanks for sharing those. I think we're so caught up, I think, in the challenges at times that we forget to celebrate the successes. And they might be few and far between, but I think the more we talk about them, it's the only way to breed more success at times as well. Just in terms of, Neelam, the pathway forward, right? We're here with plenty of delegates from Australia, obviously various strengths that they bring and what we possess. Where do you think the biggest leanings would have to be in terms of what we would want to get from the Australian perspective at a grassroots level in terms of nurturing talent? How could we make this a bit more collaborative?
I think, we've all been talking about sports science and the support required for player development at the grassroots also where that is needed, but in a simplified way. Something which a trainer needs to know basis. You don't need to bombard the whole thing, but it's important that that the trainer understands the basic needs of a player, the psychology bit, the SNC from a prehab perspective to ensure that the injuries do not happen and they do the right kind of training there. So that's definitely a learning. I mean, that because they have been there, done that, it'll be lovely to get that incorporated in our programs there. And I think also another important aspect is data, as we keep talking about. We don't have data to really, and then what data? That's another question. And at what level, what data? That's third question, because you don't need to have so many at all levels. Because
relevant data.
It just gets overwhelming when it comes from the top and say, hey, it's not practical. So at what level, what kind of data is necessary to be captured? A way of probably collating that and handing it over to the next level who can make use of it. Because that kind of exchange also doesn't happen, I think. So that we can love to learn from them as how they have been able to do that, and then that adds on and then supports their high performance, because that's how we will probably get some standards which are Indian standards. What is it that can help us push that player to the next level?
Karan, your thoughts? What do you think we could provide versus what is the leanings that we need?
I think pretty much is covered, but one of the key aspects is that how do you strengthen the system together, right? It's not just about the athletes. I think when we talk about athlete, one of the successes, I think, and mix those points, one of the successes that we see by establishing sports science centers in India is that athlete is much more aware about his or her body. And I think that's one of the most crucial aspects, because in India, when you talk about, I think in the previous panel, there was a topic of guru and shishya relationship. I think athletes do not need to blindly follow what the coach is saying.
Absolutely.
They need to understand their bodies better, and that is how they win. I think education in terms of what sports science means, how does it affect their bodies from nutrition to psychological aspect, everything covered. I think this is something that we can really learn from. I think one of the learnings from Australia that we can also perhaps collaborate on is how do we develop these battery of tests with respect to different sporting disciplines, and start from what age exactly, because sport is different from a 4-year-old to a 6-year-old. Sport is different from a female to a male. Sport is also different to socio-economic aspects of where you are positioning it, right? So I think how do you let the Indians deep dive and contextualize it, but what base and fundamentals of sports science and battery of tests do we need to derive from the best practices that Australia follows currently is something we need to learn. Can you perhaps give me a simple 10 battery of tests that I can conduct in my school with simple equipment that can help me judge an athlete or a child better? Is this person better for athletics, better for swimming, better for XYZ sporting disciplines? I think that is one of the key areas that we need to perhaps collaborate to be able to get that pipeline sorted.
And I'd say probably research and measurement was the first one that came to mind for me as well. So I think not only in terms of the sports science side, but also on the development side, on the measuring experiences that people are having using data-driven methods to understand how people are being retained or churning from various sport activities. Lots more that can be done to support volunteers and that sort of thing in the space as well. So obviously the research and measurement is a piece. Education's one that certainly comes to mind. We spent a week here doing workshops in a number of different areas, and I've identified a number of areas there that are going to be, I think, mutually beneficial in terms of the contextual understanding, but obviously from a short course and specified training component, working with organisations to develop per need, which we're doing a lot more of in Australia, as well as co-created courses with industry, not just the book training, but the application of that, and providing sort of work integrated learning and exchanges and things like that are critical as well. And the last one, which probably sits across grassroots and everything, is the support of technology and looking at the network that has evolved in Australia and in particular parts of Australia, and seeing what can be done to share that expertise and share, I guess, the test sites that we have across our respective nations as well. So yeah, education, measurement and research, technology support.
David, your thoughts, because obviously you spoke about it at the top of this chat, the knowledge sharing that you've had from Hockey Australia to India, wanting Indian hockey to get better. What are some of the things that you've seen benefit Hockey India, and where is sort of that knowledge sharing today?
Coaching is obviously a huge one, specifically grassroots and getting next generation of coaches. Since I've been CEO, the Indian men's and women's team haven't had homebred coaches, and in fact they generally look outside. And so at the Men's World Cup, there was an Australian coaching the Indian men. Now there's a South African. So I think coaching is important. There needs to be a pathway for coaches, not just players, and I think it's sacrosanct really in Australian sport if there's a foreign coach coaching a national team, and I think that's the biggest challenge, because it's hard to get people playing sport if there isn't sufficient amount of coaching.
Absolutely.
And I think that's the knowledge share that we can do. Just a quick example, we met with the Australian High Commissioner of Pakistan, and we sent equipment over there. So the two biggest challenges in hockey really is equipment and coaching. And so we send equipment over, and we have level 1 coaching courses online for our coaches, and we basically sent the link to him, and I've said that to Hockey India as well. The more coaches you have that are trained up, that can teach these kids, who ultimately are the next generation of Olympians, the better you're going to be.
Yeah, brilliant. Guys, we're almost out of time. Just quick one-line answers from each of you. If we are to prepare for a 2036 Olympic bid with a robust talent pipeline, what's the one most important area that India must focus on? Policy, investment, grassroots talent, infrastructure, coaching. Let's start with you, David, from an India perspective. You know Indian sport well enough by now.
I'd probably need 10 words, but
give us 10.
Coaching and infrastructure.
Okay.
Because you can't play if you don't have somewhere to play and someone's not coaching you. So they're the two biggest challenges. I mean, it's challenges in Australian infrastructure, but infrastructure and coaching is the biggest.
Awesome. Adam?
I think it's building careers in sport. So I think across a wide range of areas we've discussed, but I think that's the core opportunity, and that creates the legacy for sport in India.
Guys?
I think culture of sports, definitely, I think what we can learn, because it will help us leave a larger legacy of the Olympic Games in the country, which will last for the probably next 2-3 decades at least.
It'll also get more bums and seats at the Olympic arenas, I can assure you that as well. Neelam?
Yeah, so grassroots participation,
Yep.
coaching definitely, and education. So when you talk about education, it's
Yeah.
education of the player, the stakeholders, the parents, the trainers, everybody.
So not just for the Olympics, I'd say solve for the access problem.
Yeah.
So as many as possible for as long as possible in the best environment possible.
Fantastic. Guys, thank you so much for a great chat, and thank you so much for engaging as well. And I'm sure there's a lot of takeaways from this esteemed panel, but thank you for those perspectives. I'm sure there's a lot to take away, and we will break for a short tea, coffee session outside, about 10 minutes, 10-15 minutes, and we'll be back in for our next session. Thank you. No worries. Thank you. Thanks. Thanks, mate.
Hello. 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 Check 1 2 3. Hello. Hello. Check 1 2 3. Hello. Hello.
Welcome back. If we can start to make our way back into the room, that would be great. I don't think anyone outside can hear me. To everyone outside, hope you can hear me a bit better now. If we can start to move back into the room, please. We've got a few sessions, some key sessions coming up in this next bit. So if we can start to grab our teas and coffees and head back into the room, that would be great. Thank you. Do you guys want a lapel mic or do you want a handheld? Or you're okay? Yeah. Perfect. Perfect. Yeah. You'll introduce them, I'm guessing, is it? Anyway. Yeah. The clicker is here. Slide. Yeah. You just want to get familiar with the clicker, so. Oh yeah, just there. You got it? Did you want to follow the mic or you okay? Yeah, over there. Just another request to start getting everyone back into the room, please, so we can continue to stick to pretty much the timelines that we had through the day. Thanks. Love that. Give it a few minutes. It will. It should. All right, welcome back to everyone in the room, and for those just outside, a big request to start to make your way in as well, as we can then jump into our next session straight away. I'd like to now invite Dr. Bruce Abernethy and Dr. John Kenny from the University of Queensland to deliver a special presentation on fostering sports excellence and engagement. No doubt this is going to be a good one to listen to. Gentlemen, over to you.
Well, thanks, Hale, and look, thanks for the invitation. It's always courageous to allow two academics to be on a stage without the filtering effects of a sports expert, so we'll do our best. As you will have heard already today, and I'm sure will be reinforced over the remainder of the program, there are many different ways in which the university sector and the sports sector can work together for mutual benefit. And how those are realised will differ from sport to sport and from university to university. We appreciate the opportunity today to talk on a case study in terms of how we've addressed that through our university, through the University of Queensland. And what we intend to do is really try and give you some context in terms of a university setting. I think that's important. It will vary, as I said, from institution to institution. We want to talk about the strategies that we're using to try and engage with and contribute to Brisbane's 2032 Olympics and Paralympics. And then we also want to talk, I guess, more broadly, and it relates to many of the discussions today, about how a university like ours contributes to an ongoing and mutually beneficial engagement with the sports sector, both locally and globally, and the interaction with the sport ecosystem that you've heard described already with respect to Australia. Much as the High Commissioner started early this morning, I want to also acknowledge traditional owners of the lands, both where we're gathering today and in our home country in Australia. So our intent, just to give you a bit of a roadmap, I want to give you some context about the university, because as I said, the contributions of universities will depend on their strengths and their positioning, so I want to give you a little context about that. Then spend most of the time talking about how we engage with these two particular opportunities. That relates to the 2032 Olympics and Paralympics, and the engagement with the National Sport Excellence Scheme. And then a little bit at the end, which John will help us with, in relation to where that sits with opportunities in India and for the interaction between our two countries. So a bit of context first of all. University of Queensland, the oldest university in the state of Queensland, physical campuses, or the main campus located in Brisbane, and as I hope you can see from the slide, really well positioned geographically in relation not only to the city centre, but where we envisage, subject to the outcome of a review, the results of which will be known in a couple of weeks' time, we envisage good connectivity to many of the venues for the 2032 Games. Just some quick things about the university itself. Large university, as are many Australian universities, a little over 55,000 students, about 7,500 full-time equivalent staff, 5 major campuses. The one I've showed you previously is the principal campus, which is in the suburb of St Lucia in Brisbane. A comprehensive research and teaching university, as is typical of a lot of the older institutions within the Australian system. So by comprehensive, a coverage of subjects that go from the humanities through to the biomedical sciences, from business through to engineering, and covering that full spectrum. You'll hear a lot about rankings. We all put up rankings because we look for the ones that have the face validity that put us all in good light. But there is a ranking system put together by the Australian Financial Review that considers both teaching and research indicators, and the University of Queensland UQ has topped that for the last 2 years. But on all those measures, consistently in the top 50 in the world. In addition to that, clearly graduate employability is an important thing. We've heard the discussions about the sport industry and the opportunities through there. The institution as a whole has spent a lot of time and I guess developed a lot of its profile in relation to research innovation and bringing that to translation and commercialisation. Probably our best examples are Gardasil, the cervical cancer vaccine, Vaxxus, which is a patch for providing medications that doesn't require needles, and Triple P, which is a positive parenting program that's in more than 100 countries worldwide. Much of that engagement is possible by building on a large set of partnerships and industry partnerships. Boeing, Defence Australia, for instance, have their physical laboratories on campus. And those partnerships extend worldwide. I guess one in this context that we're particularly proud of in the engineering space in particular is the partnership with IIT Delhi, where there's 120 odd joint PhD students currently enrolled through that who will receive their PhD from both institutions. And the other, of course, is the alumni network, much of which we lean on for engagements of the type we're doing today. We then think about what we can do in the sport context, and we all have different strengths that we look to position in relation to sport in particular. I guess the ones that we're most proud of are rankings. So the QS World, there are a number of different ranking schemes. The QS World University Rankings rank universities, not individual departments, but whole of university capability. And on that, we've been consistently 1 in Australia and 2 in the world for the last, I think, 4 years, John. 1 in the world is Loughborough, and we're closing the gap, so that's one of the 2032 goals. We're also home to one of the IOC Olympic Studies and Research Centres. In our case, it's the Queensland Centre for Olympic and Paralympic Studies. That's a valuable acquisition or valuable positioning in terms of relation to the IOC and its educational materials. We also use it as the vehicle for many of our public education and public related forums, including those related obviously to 2032. We're also fortunate that the St Lucia campus that I described to you is actually the largest multi-sport precinct in the state, which positions us at kind of interesting location, particularly as the opportunities of the type that Kieran Perkins mentioned earlier with visiting international teams in the lead up to 2032. It's also an important opportunity in relation to the sports specialisation debate that we had, to have swimming, athletics, tennis, rowing, all those co-located, allow an environment in which you can provide sports sampling to help determine the most appropriate sports going forward, but to also sustain that important multi-performance base. The other things that we tend to seek to leverage are our relationship with Paralympics Australia, who are one of the games, obviously a critical games partner for 2032. We do host one of the International Paralympic Centres research centres, in our case on classification. There are only 3 of those worldwide. This is the only one outside of Europe. We lean heavily on those deep partnerships that we've talked about previously, particularly in there I'd highlight the relationship with ONOC, the Oceania National Olympic Committees, and again that issue of 2032 being a games not only for Brisbane, for Queensland and Australia, but also for the Asia Pacific region. And the other point in there is the recently formed Global Sports University Network, of which there are 10 sports universities worldwide, and we're seeking to find common ground for engagement with some of the key players in the sports industry sector. So that's kind of the context in which we operate. And so, like any institution, the question is, how do you leverage those things in order to make the best possible contribution? So I want to talk about the approach we're taking to engaging with the 2032 Olympics and Paralympics. As soon as you can ignore the mugshots there, but as soon as the Games were announced, one of the first things our President and the Vice-Chancellor did was establish an Office for Games Engagement, and that reports directly to her. And that was indicative of the opportunity and the importance that the university saw in terms of contributing to 2032. We're also mindful in looking historically at the relationships between universities and games, that frequently university contribution is largely around the provision of facilities and physical infrastructure. We were keen to position in a way that we might make a contribution that went far beyond that and utilised a lot of the human talent and expertise that the institution has. Looked like everyone, we worked out what we were trying to achieve, but let me put in plain English what our office tries to do. And it's really two things. The first is we try to be the point of interaction with the organising committee and government to ensure that they're fully aware of the expertise and the physical resources that exist in the, being scammed apparently, they're fully aware of the physical resources and the expertise that might exist and can be brought to help contribute to the best games possible. The second, so that's really a public good perspective. The second thing, which is much more self-interested, is how does the university make the most of this rare opportunity of having the biggest show in town, located in Brisbane in 2032? So how are we going to be a better university as a consequence of this rare opportunity? And that really equates to three opportunities as we see it. One's around the potential for physical infrastructure that might be used to support the Games. The second relates to the opportunity of the Games to help us to attract talent into the university that might not otherwise be attracted were it not for the opportunity of 2032. And the third, which is probably the most significant of those, is it's allowed us to start discussions with a whole lot of partners in both the public and private sector about how we might work together, not only to produce value for 2032, but also for relationships that would preserve and extend well beyond that date. And to date, I think that's probably been the most significant of those benefits. We've focused very much in line with the way the Games has been presented on looking at projects which either help us break barriers, particularly as they might relate to equity around disability and First Nations people, and how we can build legacies that will last beyond those couple of weeks or 6 weeks or so in August and September of 2032. So that's led us to a strategic decision about 6 major priority areas in our relationship with 2032. What we could contribute around knowledge, leadership and innovation. A particular example of that would be working with the QAS now, to the Queensland Academy of Sport, to jointly fund a leadership position in sport technology. Accessibility and inclusivity, our major project there is in terms of establishing on campus a centre for rehabilitation and disability sport. The intention there is to go back to the original roots of the Paralympic movement and ensure rehabilitation and access to sport are coupled together tightly, so that we increase the pathways into disability sport and we provide a mechanism, particularly for those people with high support needs, to enter into a pathway that could lead to the Paralympics. In sustainability and net zero, an example of a project there is one looking at sustainable aviation fuels, recognising one of the challenges for Brisbane in delivering a carbon neutral Games is to deal with the fact that most of the world has to travel by aircraft to get to us. We're dealing with aspects as well on health and wellbeing with our state health and wellbeing group. We're focused on the sport diplomacy elements in the Indo-Pacific, and John and others have led a number of projects with the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade and also soon with the IOC to work out ways in which we can help pathway development and sports development in our near Pacific Islands. And the third bit, which is really about sport and community engagement, of which this is a good example of those kinds of activities. We're mindful that we don't operate in a vacuum. The government has already identified for us, and this is a publicly accessible document, the priorities for the legacy for Brisbane by 2042. And we're very much aligned, I think strategically as others would be, to ensure that the expertise we have might map well to the areas that are identified as priorities for government. So I'm highlighting very much sort of the strategy and the importance of partnered innovation. We'll now turn to talking about how we engage, I guess, more continuously with the high performance system, the National Sport Excellence Program, and I'll hand over to John Carney for those bits.
I have a very unfortunate height disadvantage from my colleague here, so I'll move the mic down. Thank you very much, Bruce, and thanks everyone for attending this session, and thanks for being invited to this really great event. It's great to see everyone here. So as I said, I'll focus a little bit on our engagement in the high performance area, and where I'd like to begin really is what we do directly to support athletes who are students at the University of Queensland. So at any given point in time, we have about 250 athletes who are competing at the national, international level, many of whom compete in the Olympics and Paralympics. And I think there's a couple of important points to note here. Number one, this is a program that's offered to students who can meet the academic standards to be admitted to the University of Queensland. So we do not have a specific athlete pathway that makes affordances or accommodations for athletes based on their academic record. They need to have the admission requirements to get into the programs that they want to get into. But once they're in the program, they're supported through a high performance system that offers a number of different benefits and training programs for those athletes. Historically, one of the things we've been quite interested in since the announcement of the Games is how many of our alumni have actually competed in the Olympics and the Paralympics. And we can go back all the way to 1956, and we've identified so far at least 150 athletes who are alumni of the university, including, unfortunately he's not here to hear me say this, but including Kieran Perkins, who was here earlier, among others. So we're very, very proud of the work that we've done in that area, and we'll continue to support athletes on that journey. I'd like to talk a little bit about the work that we're doing around research and innovation in particular. One of the things that we have been very conscious of and very interested and invested in over the past couple of years is growing what we call our conjoint staff appointments. So these are industry-based appointments where a researcher will sit half-time or more in an industry setting, and then the remainder of their time will be spent in the university conducting research. And we have 3 of such positions currently with the Queensland Academy of Sport as one example. So these are researchers who are doing research that's been identified by industry as priority areas, and then bring that back to the university to benefit from the expertise that resides more broadly within the university, but also to create opportunities and open up opportunities for student learning. So as part of that, we also have an industry-based PhD scholarship program. Again, with the Queensland Academy of Sport, we have 8 PhDs, and these are PhDs that are specifically targeted, or PhD scholarships that are specifically targeted, identified by the Queensland Academy of Sport as priority research areas that they would like advanced study in, and then we match students and advisors to that. You'll see in the red box a number of externally funded research collaborations and projects that we have. The Queensland government has invested heavily in quantum applications, and 76 million in total, and there was 6 million specifically earmarked for quantum applications inside sport, and we were fortunate enough to receive all of those grants. I'll also highlight another project that we have, which is funded through the Queensland Industry Program, which is around using artificial intelligence and motion capture data systems to try to clean up some of the thorny issues that we have in Paralympic classification. So rather than relying on qualitative assessment and individuals making judgments about where an athlete sits. We have an automated system that uses historical data and contemporary data to try to classify athletes more effectively. And I won't go on into all the others, but you can see them there, and happy to discuss any that might be of interest to individuals at break time. In terms of professional development engagements, Bruce has already outlined a number of different partnerships that we have. We're very, very keen to grow that, not only within Australia, but internationally, and India is certainly a priority area for us in that regard. We're very fortunate that our current Chancellor is Peter Varghese, who used to be the High Commissioner to India. So we have a lot of points of deep connectivity that we're interested in exploring and deepening further. And of course, as any university, we're all about training the next generation of staff. And I think one of the key issues that certainly emerged over the previous conversations in this session is the importance of a pipeline of excellence, of innovation, of scientists, of researchers, of qualified practitioners, coaches, et cetera, that can be injected into a high-functioning sport ecosystem. So the university has an incredibly important role to play in providing the human resource infrastructure to go into sporting ecosystems to build that capacity, but then also has an important role to play in supporting ongoing research, development, and innovation in that sector. And that's something that's very much on our minds as what is driving us in terms of our overall strategy. And as Bruce has already mentioned this, I think one of the reasons why we rank so highly in the global ratings is because we have expertise in sport sciences secreted into almost every organizational unit inside the university. But there certainly is a concentrated mass of that in the school that I have the great pleasure of running and having carriage over, which is the School of Human Movement Nutrition Sciences. And so what I've tried to do here is just simply outline some of the degree programs that we have, and you can see, I hope, that like a comprehensive university, we have a very comprehensive School of Human Movement Sciences that spans from the humanities and social sciences to the biological and technological sciences. I might point out a couple of programs in particular. The M-Sport Medicine and M-Sport Coaching are postgraduate master's level credentials that are specifically designed for practitioners in coaching and sports medicine. They're both over about 25, 30 years old, and they were originally designed as online programs. So one of the interesting things about these programs is they were online before online was really a thing. And so what we've been able to do is develop the kind of methodology and the curriculum and the pedagogy that appropriately sits behind that. And one of the reasons they're online is because they're targeted to professionals who are working. And those courses are available to anyone in the world. So if there's interest, please do catch me, and I will explain more. And then, of course, we have our postgraduate programs in Master of Philosophy and PhD programs. At any one point in time in the school, we have about 100 to 125 PhD students who are working across these areas and others that I simply didn't have enough room to mention on a single slide. Those were the programs, these are the disciplines, and again, won't go through all of these individually, but it just highlights the comprehensiveness and the breadth and depth of competence and expertise that we have in the school. So I think the last point is really just to talk about models for engagement and collaboration. Bruce has already highlighted the Toward 2032 document, which is the university strategic plan, which guides us along this journey. You'll see the highlighted boxes really pointing out our intention to have an extensive global reach in education and research with a strong commitment to capacity building in the Indo-Pacific. And if I could just build on that idea, I just want to talk about sort of how we see ourselves in that picture at the present time. So for us, it's really about engagement in India and engagement in the Indo-Pacific more broadly to try to facilitate where we can local capacity building. So our goal is really to work with partners who will themselves identify where their priorities and needs are. And then we can work on matching those capabilities and capacities inside the university that can support that local development. We have a number of programs where we have twinning arrangements between ourselves and other institutions, and this allows for staff and student exchange, it allows for greater mobility. Bruce identified the joint PhD program with ITT Delhi as one example. But there are other programs that we have where there may be a joint undergraduate program where a number of years of study are completed in the home or host country, and then a return to Australia for some additional study and recognition and credit for those things. I think what's really important is, again, we're interested in doing that in situations where there's a desire and a need, and we can bring the expertise to help with that, but it has to be driven by the needs and interests of the countries in which we're working. We're very interested, I hope it's come across, in deep collaborations in teaching and research. And so one of the things that we are very mindful of is we don't want to do simple one-off projects, fly in and fly out, and not do things that are sustainable. When we think of some of the really rather thorny issues that have been raised around talent identification and building thriving sport ecosystems, you know, these are not things that are going to be done on one-off or small collaborations and partnerships. They're about sustainable relationships over a long period of time, and that is definitely something that we're committed to. And obviously mutual benefits where there's a win-win for both organizations. So we might say we're open for business and certainly interested in having conversations about where we may jointly work on projects together of mutual benefit. On behalf of Bruce and myself, thank you very much for the opportunity to come and speak with you. And I believe next up we have Monica. As we might say, now for something completely different.
Thank you. And it's my job to zoom out from a fabulous Australian institution. You can see the incredible things that are happening at University of Queensland so close to the action as they prepare for the 2032 Olympics. To talk more broadly about Australia-India engagement, particularly around things in sport, in education. But as I start, I'm Monica Kennedy. I'm the head of Austrade for South Asia. I did want to stress that while today we're talking about education, there's so much going on between Australia and India in our teams within the Australian Trade and Investment Commission in the green economy, and you see examples from infrastructure earlier today, in enabling tech, and particularly in health technologies, in sports nutrition and supplements, all things to do with agribusiness, food, beverage, that can support the sport effort here. And most especially in education and skills, and that's what I'll talk about centrally today. Australia and India are natural partners in education. We're close and friendly. We have a really deep regard for each other's systems and ambitions. And in education, we've demonstrated that through a mutual recognition of qualifications agreement and recognition within many circles in India of the quality of the Australian education system, most fundamentally, I think, illustrated by the presence of Australian universities here delivering their courses in international branch campuses at Gift City as the first nations on earth to be offering foreign qualifications in India. So on this discussion of education and sport, I did want to highlight that sport's big for us in education in Australia. We're a small nation, so there are, on some counts, as many people in Year 9 in India as there are people in Australia. Yep, it's big numbers, right? And we have only 43 universities. You know, however you count it, to come up with the biggest number of universities you can come up with, we come up with 43. Of those, we have 3 in the top 20 in the world. We have 9 in the top 100, and all but a couple are in the top 500 in the world. We are exceptionally strong as an education system, and you see it reflected in the universities like University of Queensland, as we've just seen. And in sports, we have about 275 sports programs running across Australian institutions. 5 of those are ranked in the top 20 in the world. I loved the way that you positioned the rankings, because it is an important consideration that different ranking systems will prioritise different features in their calculations. But in this room today, we have Deakin University, who is #1 in the world with Shanghai rankings in sports science, and UQ, who's #1 in the world in sports-related courses in QS rankings. So we have an extraordinary story to tell about sports and education in Australia. I'm just very quickly wanted to touch on the sports ecosystem from a commercial point of view. I think it's important that we do that. The ecosystem is growing very fast. It's growing about twice as fast as the national economy here, and we know that GDP is growing very, very quickly here, leading India to be one of the top 3 economies in the world within the next few years. We can see that for India to reach $130 billion US, so that's 13 for those of you who are here from India, that's 13,000 crores by 2030. It's big business, and it will create millions of jobs here. It's an important commercial and economic consideration, but it's also important for the country in all the ways that we've heard about over the day today, and with the Olympics posing an opportunity to transform India's sports ecosystem. We are all working together to look for opportunities to maximise that opportunity for India and for Australia and for the relationship between us. Here in India, Austrade works in the education sector in 3 main ways. So we really continue to work really hard to attract students to come and study with us in Australia, to come and spend time with us, perhaps stay on and work with us before taking up careers around the world. It's an important part of what we do, and it will continue to be very central to the Australia-India relationship. We do a lot of work now and increasingly in supporting Australian institutions and Indian institutions to work together to give Indian students and students from around the world the opportunity to study an Australian qualification here in India. I mentioned that we've been very successful already in transnational education with Deakin University and the University of Wollongong setting up shop within a walk of here. But there are a range of ways in which we partner, Australia and India partner, in order to expand the opportunity for India and Australia to engage. So if the national education policy is about expansion, inclusion and quality, this is a really key way in which Australia is able to demonstrate our ability to support. We have a really important initiative that's federally funded called the Future Skills Initiative. Under this initiative, the Austrade team is working really hard to profile Australia's strength in skills, in vocational education and training, to try to find models in which Australian content, Australian skills provision can be delivered here at scale to make a difference to India and to assist India in reaching its significant ambitions for growth as those, students who are travelling through from year 9 to year 10 to year 11 to year 12 hit the workforce so that they can be productive and deliver on India's economic dividend. We talk about a range of different engagement models for our institutions, for universities and other providers in Australia as they engage here in India. And we're seeing that there's a huge range of ways in which our institutions can work together and in which Australian institutions can work with Indian industry as well. At one end of that, we have very simple partnerships that might include student mobility, and at the other end we have international branch campuses, which are significant investment in India and which enable students to have choice as they progress through their education experience, offering an Australian qualification that's identical to the qualification they receive in Australia and a experience that is a purely Australian experience here in India. Of course, we also are working with institutions here and back in Australia to support more in skills, in research, in student and staff exchange. And the Australian government has been very, very keen to make sure that we're structuring opportunities for Australia-India grants in education, including the Australia-India Strategic Research Fund as an important dedicated fund for research between our nations. But Arch India, those of you who have your mobile phones might want to have a look right now at the Australian Research Cooperation Hub in India, which is a one-stop shop for all of the ways in which Australia is making funding available to India for collaborative work on things that are important to both of our nations. It's a great central hub for engagement between our nations on all things research, and within that there are sports dedicated opportunities. So I would just finish by saying that Australia has a great reputation in education. We've worked hard to protect that reputation, and we continue to work hard on that. India has enormous ambition, quality, and we have a very close friendship. We have alignment in our values and our aspirations. We have complementarity in our economies and in our futures. And we have a significant human bridge, a strong group of successful Indian diaspora in Australia who are making the difference to us in being able to engage authentically here in projects of real meaning for Australia and India. So you heard about University of Queensland building enduring relationships. I think that's something you'll see as a theme in the relationship between Australia and India. They're enduring relationships. They're ones that are sustainable. They're ones that are sincere. And we look forward at the Australian Trade and Investment Commission in continuing to support those relationships as they develop, particularly in education and sport. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Bruce. Thank you, Monica, and also a big, big thank you to John as well. We are going to move into our next panel straight away, and our next panel discussion is on financing for sports and opportunities for Australian universities in GIFT City. I'd like to invite Dipesh Shah, Executive Director, IFSCA, Mustafa Gauss, General Partner, Centre Court Capital, and Ravneet Pawar, CEO, Deakin University for South Asia, and also our moderator for this panel, Ashutosh Sharma, Chief General Manager, Development, IFSCA. Akshat Ganeriwala sends his apologies as he is unfortunately unwell and could not make it today. All right, well, another change, sorry. Ravneet will be moderating this panel, as unfortunately Ashutosh and Akshat won't be here. Thank you, Ravneet, thank you.
Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to moderate this session. We lost our moderator actually today, so I pitched in to moderate the session. It's been very interesting to hear right through the morning various discussions on Australia-India corridor, sports as an industry. My personal belief is that India is on a very, very steep journey for making sports a real industry. I've been working in the corridor, Australia-India corridor, for over 3 decades, and I can possibly feel the energy right now as never before, especially with sports as a sector. Today, sports is not just about competition. It is an industry. It is a primary market for economic growth, for partnerships, for diplomacy, and for high-value investments. With India's vision to emerge as a global sports player, it is imperative that Australia and India come and work together and look at innovative models, financial models, and world-class infrastructure that can lead India to its journey into being the world power in sports. India's sport economy is pivotal at the moment, and GIFT City is in the middle of all of that. I mean, who better than Deakin University, where we made the move to be world's first university to set up a campus here in this wonderful GIFT City. I think as we move into the panel, I'm interested to initially to ask you, Dipesh. You are the Executive Director, International Finance Services Center Authority, and you lead the strategic initiatives of IFSCA, policies to position GIFT City as a global financial hub with a focus on enabling investment and emerging sectors. Can you tell the audience as to why does GIFT City exist? And when you look at the sports ecosystem around you, what do you think is really important to take India into its journey of being a world power through GIFT City?
Thank you, Ravneet. I think I met a few of the Australian friends today morning, and they said that ever since they've been visiting GIFT, every time they come to GIFT, they are finding GIFT City progressing faster than what they probably could imagine. And I always say that after the presence of the first Australian institution, things have been moving very fast. So all credit to the Australian institutions present, and Ravneet happens to be the first such institution which brought in the international branch campus into GIFT. I think the concept of GIFT is very simple from the perspective that it helps you to undertake international transactions smooth, effortlessly, without any friction. I think those are the important enablers which an international financial center now provides. And at times we have seen that people wanted to do India in business much more efficiently, but they always found themselves struggling with the regulation, taxes, and several other areas. I think GIFT, to that extent, the Government of India's policies, how can I simplify and ease the international financial transactions through GIFT into India and outside. And a classic example is what the universities have set up for. You just came into an international regulation, you came in, got started in 18 months from the time that you thought that you can set up a campus in GIFT. And it has become a reality now with 2 institutions. We have 3 more UK universities coming in, and probably this may become the university or the students hub first, then a financial center with the way the things are emerging now. But I think what is encouraging to see from the perspective of the way the India is poised, today we are talking of 7% plus growth for next 25 years. I think none of the economy in the globe can probably raise their hand to say that they are going to grow 7% plus for next 25 years. We are talking of a per capita income which is $2,000 to $22,000 by 2047. And if you really see the export numbers, the export of services, which is around $779 billion to almost 8 times to what the size is right now. With all this put together, I'm sure what you said in your opening comments that everybody wants to undertake India opportunity, and probably they all need a landing point somewhere. And GIFT happens in their journey, probably a landing point which eases their investments into India, eases their business transactions with India, and probably also do transactions in the South Asian region when you are in GIFT. So it really serves that particular platform which the international audience always wanted. Having done this, I think from a perspective of sports, as you mentioned, and what can the GIFT do? I think the GIFT is a multi-services approach. It's not mainly a banks or insurance companies. It is about how you create the whole ecosystem. I think the presence of school, hospital, clubs inside is a testimony that it's basically a walk to work concept when you come inside the GIFT City. And from a sports perspective, I think the way the India and the Gujarat is aiming for 2036, I think GIFT could probably play the enabler role in terms of finance, insurance, investments into the sports infrastructure. I think all this put together, somewhere you need the international money to flow in, and for that probably the GIFT could be an answer to many of those problems where the institutions land up into a larger regulatory ecosystem and then probably do a soft landing into GIFT.
I think that's a very good point, because when you look at foreign investment into India, I think a soft landing into GIFT is a really good way to commence and look at India with a different lens. And I can speak of experience with Deakin University. From ideation to execution, it took us 18 months to set up the campus. Unheard of. I mean, I think the regulators and GIFT City management have been extraordinary professional, working closely with us. So this is the new India. This is the new version of how to do business in a country which has been complex in the past. We won't deny that. But I do think that now, as we step into the future, we are looking at a very, very stable, ambitious growth for India, and sports is one of the sectors which I think is going to be very steadfast. I'm going to come to you, Rajesh. You've just set up an office here in GIFT City, and we did run our leadership series together last month. You drive NZ's engagement in India's financial landscape, managing relationships and supporting clients with everything from capital requirements to cross-border finance and marketing solutions. I'm interested in your thought about GIFT City and the role of financial institutions in building the sports ecosystem through GIFT City.
Thank you. Traditionally, if you look at how sports and sports infrastructures got built globally and even to a large extent in Australia, it usually starts with a lot of support from government, then it moves to public-private partnerships, and then you have corporates and banks and all coming in to further enhance that. So that there is usually always a push from the government plus public-private to kind of first set up the infrastructure, because it's developed with a very long-term vision in mind. It's not like a 4-year, 5-year payback. It has a lot to offer to the society as well, so that therefore that's how it works. And to enable that, you need a very robust and flexible regulatory system, operating system, which GIFT has today in India. And this involves a lot of financial commitments. It is expensive to build, and especially if you look at what we are looking to do in a relatively short period of time, right? That's going to require a huge amount of investments, and that is something where the banks can come in terms of channeling that flow, making it more secure, giving ideas around, like you said, in terms of insurance requirements, because these kind of time-bound projects or events need a lot of protection from event-based risks. So all of that comes in. Then I think at the later stage, what can come and what should come in is support in terms of, let's say, sponsorships and naming rights for various facilities. And even while the project work is on, I think one role that the banks can definitely play is an advisory role in terms of managing the risks involved in such a project, in terms of cost overruns or geopolitical risks which are emerging, uncertainties. How do you hedge against that? How do you plan? And banks have that process where they do appraise projects and kind of give advisory on that. So I think in terms of first step, that is what I would expect banks and other institutions as a role that they play.
And I think that's really important to build a stronger, I guess, Australia-India corridor as well. If you look at just ANZ as an example. So we've got an Australian bank here, we've got 2 Australian universities here. I'm sure we'll have a few Australian companies looking at coming in into GIFT for enhancing and building the sports ecosystem. So it's all very exciting. I'm going to come to you, Mustafa. You are the founding partner for Centre Court Capital, former professional tennis player turned entrepreneur, also co-founded your organization, a pioneering investment firm dedicated to venture funding and strategic investment support. I'm interested in your thoughts about, in India's perception is that capacity is created with government funds. Private capital role in infrastructure is less or more franchise at a time of operations. Globally, what are the best practices that you see that India can look at to build the sports ecosystem?
So as Rajesh was mentioning, we are still evolving as a sporting nation. Yes, there are massive tailwinds in the way sport is being looked at, whether it is from a public sector and government perspective of the ambitions that we have over the next 10, 15 years, as well as the way sport is perceived at a ground level. We've seen a very large change over I would say the last 5 to 10 years. But that being said, we still have a long way to go before comparing ourselves to larger sporting nations like Australia, the US, etc. So currently where we are at is where capacity building is still perceived to be a responsibility of the government, and you're not yet seeing that much corporate involvement and investment in large-scale infrastructure development. That's not the case globally. As the sector evolves and you can see more fixed revenue streams and income streams from infrastructure development, you will see more investments coming into the space. You've seen that internationally. It's just a matter of time that it starts happening in India. And I think privatization of the infrastructure space will allow for that to come into play. Yes, as of right now, bulk of our private investments are in owning franchises and teams and investing in that side of the sports industry, because I guess the IPL has been a front runner. It has shown that pathway over 15 years. Early investors in the IPL have seen value creation and seen the type of returns that they can make. So that's kind of a set template that others are looking to follow. We now need to progress from there, where even globally, the more successful franchise, when they go from being billion-dollar assets to $4 or $5 billion assets, are because they own their own infrastructure, because they have various aspects of real estate that are involved with not just the sporting element of a franchise. So we are still in our journey. It's still very early for India as a sporting nation. But yes, that's the path that I see unfolding as more and more requirements for infrastructure come up and we have larger goals and aspirations.
So if I just continue on that, that's very well said. I think we are on this journey, but I think at some stage there is this threshold where we'll tip over to being a well-supported sports ecosystem in the world. As an entrepreneur, what are the challenges that you see today in the sporting sector, and what are the biggest opportunities you see?
Well, the challenge is that there is still a one-dimensional approach to sport in India and investing in sport in India, which is focused around cricket and the IPL and everything that goes with it. That is changing. If the last slide of the previous presentation was how the sports industry is growing at 14% year on year, as opposed to the 7% that the country is growing at. So India is going to be a very large sports market. Educating everyone about this opportunity and that sports is an asset class worth investing in is something that is an ongoing process, and that's what we spend most of our time doing. But I think once people start realizing that and have seen how it has unfolded in Australia, the US, Europe, you will see a lot more capital being deployed, whether it is through the GIFT City route or directly into India.
That's great. I'm going to come to you, Debesh. The global investors have been investing into India through GIFT City, through the IFSC. You also mentioned the role of the university ecosystem. There are a few universities here from Australia and there are others from the world coming in. How can global stakeholders, in your view, leverage the GIFT City ecosystem to help build the sports industry into the future?
I think what was just said about how this can evolve into an investment projects, and probably alternate investment fund industry is a classic example of how it has evolved over a period of time from probably a direct equity investments towards an alternate asset classes which has evolved in India, and now we have seen at least in the GIFT ecosystem, just 1.5 to 2 years down the line when we came up with the regulation on the fund management entity regulation, we now stand at almost 200 plus funds and almost 140 plus managers managing these funds, which is of size of almost $45 billion commitments that they have received. Now, today, as he rightly said, there are not much of the investors or not much of the managers talking about the sports investment opportunities, but I think this could be the right platform which can anticipate and probably create that awareness about how this can become an investment or an asset class, which was just said. We have seen that on an aircraft leasing, a similar problem India faces. We have almost 700 aircraft we are flying, but none of them have been leased into India from an Indian entity, and they were all coming from Dublin, Singapore and other. Suddenly we find that we have at least 30 plus lessors sitting in GIFT now with 198 assets leased into India. And it has started picking up the eyes of the financiers, the institutions about how can they fund. So they started funding the first 24 training aircraft which have been leased into India through GIFT now, which was not probably an asset class which was seen as a widely for financing, but it has now become an opportunity, and probably they are talking of more such assets. Similarly, if we can try and create this, and probably with the expertise that the Australia possesses in this particular field, I think this type of collaboration and more detailed understanding and structures of how this can become an important investment avenues with the regulations of GIFT, probably it makes life easier because it's dollar investment, you are able to take the money back freely, there's no tax on the business profits that you earn. So it removes, as I said in the beginning, all the frictions that the foreign institutions don't want when they are investing into India.
And do you think that GIFT could work as an enabler, in sort of India's story into Olympic bidding 2036? Bringing in all key stakeholders together under one forum, which is, of course, you will need training, you will need infrastructure, you will need world's best practices to come into and support the ecosystem. So do you see into the future that GIFT could play a very important role as an enabler? And if Gujarat does bid for 2036, then that could actually help the ecosystem even more.
I think what has been helping GIFT has been the institutional arrangement which has been brought into GIFT. You know exactly whom to go to, talk to, how do I get my problems to resolve, if there are regulatory challenges, whom should we approach. That is probably an ecosystem which an institution looks at. Look, I'm trying a new asset class and I will face some challenges and I need to know whom I can go and get my problems to resolve with. It's a very good thing to say that, okay, your problems will be resolved, but at the end of the day, you need to know which is that name or the person to whom you have to approach and get your work done. Probably the institutional arrangement at GIFT in terms of the GIFT company as a master developer of the city and the International Financial Center Authority as a regulatory authority has brought that institutional responsibility within the ecosystem. And I have no doubt in my mind that in India we have so many such large institutions equally capable, including the likes of RBI, SEBI, IRD and others, which if everybody comes together, can probably put their heads together, they can probably provide better solutions than what are available in the market today. But you need someone to anchor, and probably Gujarat has taken up a right, an opportunity to which it can give a logical value add to what India needs today.
Yeah, I think that's very well said. Mustafa, moving on to you, what are the emerging trends in private financing for sports, and how do you see that evolved in global sports over the past decade in India?
So I think globally it's become very sophisticated in terms of the various methods of financing that is happening now in the sports ecosystem. In India, it's still very nascent. You're seeing that across the board, whether it is for large franchises in the US that have been able to raise capital over the last few years. Private equity, credit financing is becoming a big part of the sports ecosystem as these franchises are looking to grow and scale and become global brands. You're seeing that in Europe as well, whether it is from an infrastructure development perspective. Large clubs like FC Barcelona and the likes have raised capital to fund their new stadium expansion plans. Real Madrid has done it. You've seen that at league levels where large private equity funds have invested because of this, the type of revenue and returns they are envisioning for these organizations to grow to. So I think it's just a matter of time that we start seeing that in India. I'd just like to add that in the last 1.5 years or so that we've been operational in GIFT, the time in the initial phase of telling people that we were set up in GIFT to now where no one even bats an eyelid when you're talking to an overseas investor, the amount of awareness and education that has come up and the ease with which everyone has gone about doing business here has made life very easy for fund managers. So I think that's only going to improve as we go along. So as a pathway for foreign investment into India, this is starting to become a very easy and transparent channel.
I can add to that. I think rightly, like you said, there's a lot of activity that we're seeing in India, especially on a lot of these sport franchises. And essentially, there is capital available. People are looking to deploy in alternate assets. Even lenders would like to open a new kind of avenue. But what I think makes this work is that it's commercially viable. People have seen the revenues. People have seen the business case for it. I think that is where the differentiation will happen when we look at infrastructure assets. So let's say if you're building a stadium, that stadium is not built for one particular event, right? It has a longer life. It has multiple uses. So how do we bring the commercial aspect to it, make that a viable, profitable venture on its own right through its lifetime? And once we have that, I think the capital flow will start. So I think that's where we need to look at it.
Yeah, I think coming to that point, it's very important to recognize the importance of course, infrastructure investment through funds, the ecosystem itself. But I also think the very important part that India will need to seriously think about is the talent development and the talent acquisition for the sector, I think. And I think universities have a role to play in that. And colleagues from UQ also talked about their strength. And I think universities like Deakin and others also have a very strong sense of whether we could help build through courses that we offer or through executive education programs or through even the know-how in helping India support and build its ecosystem. So, Dipesh, I'm interested in your thoughts from GIFT, from IFSCA perspective. How does the university sector, what do you see in the next 5 years that the university sector will contribute to GIFT, and specifically what do you see in sports?
Yeah, good that I think you brought this up because when the presentation was being done on the university, I was very impressed, and thanks to Judy who mentioned that this are the university, you should bring it into GIFT. And it's very correct because the way I think the India opportunity is evolving, I think if you see GIFT, you have to say India, because if the India is going to provide you a whole lot of opportunities on sports, then I think the GIFT should take the lead in terms of helping and setting up those capabilities within its ecosystem. Because end of the day, what the GIFT is trying to do is to add value to India and probably to the other surrounding regions in terms of its offering. But it's very important the way the presentation was made. I think I almost thought that immediately after this I'm going to go and talk to them, why can't you open an international branch campus in GIFT? Because that's a state government here which is going to fully support this for next 10-15 years. And the whole of India needs capabilities. And I think it's a right time to bring in the larger set of players, and GIFT probably in next 5 years would probably see several new areas. Like for example, today when the UK university came in, the first time a master's in AI in financial services is been getting started in GIFT. Now, this type of programs we were always talking about, but I think the way that it needs to be rolled out by the credible institution is equally important. And we do believe that once the proof of concept is established, it's time that the global institutions which really are serious to take the India opportunity would find themselves come into the zone and probably create those ecosystem much faster than they would have anticipated that I can set up in India so fast.
Right. And I think that's very true, that if being part of the ecosystem and supporting the state government alongside with GIFT as a starting point is a good opportunity for universities. I'm going to come to you, Rajesh. From a ANZ perspective, I mean, staying on the point of talent acquisition, talent training and upskilling, what do you think for your sector, the role of GIFT and universities is likely to be? There is also a FinTech center that has been recently set up. Do you see that something like a sports tech institution could be set up in GIFT for the future?
Absolutely. That was the first thought that came to my mind when I saw the Queensland University, presentation. I mean, that's really fantastic, because we can't really have a large and sustainable sports ecosystem without having all the supporting, requirements around it. Sports technology in particular, because if you see what's happening in sports today, the leading edge is really, while you have the talent, the athlete, and you can train the talent, you can actually complement that with technology, and in this hyper-competitive kind of area, a marginal difference will make a huge impact to the results, right? So the margins of victory are very, very small. So technology can really play a lot of, add a lot of value there, a lot of data analytics using AI, cutting edge, materials and all of that, or even physical kind of, movement-related work which can be done, right? So I think that's really something which will help if we can have that ecosystem added to the existing university, ecosystem such as yours that we have.
I definitely think that my colleagues here from Deakin, we will definitely take this back into the university. We have a very strong center in sports analytics, and my colleague Adam, who you must have heard, does run that, and there could be opportunity in working together with the ecosystem here in the existing campus as well. So I think there are exciting opportunities. I'm conscious of time. My last question to you, Mustafa, is where do you see the opportunity for the startup ecosystem in sport, and specifically if we look at the Australia-India corridor? What would be your thoughts and your suggestions to colleagues from Australia and India to work together in this ecosystem here?
I think there's a massive opportunity in this space. I mean, that's kind of a fun thesis, to be honest. We are firm believers on mentioned that tech is going to play a massive role in the sports ecosystem. It already does so globally, and it's just has to enter India and accelerate the speed at which we will grow. Australia is a front runner in that space, and any knowledge, education that we can get for our startups over here is going to be more than helpful, because they don't really need to reinvent the wheel in many aspects. Yes, there is differences with regards to the Indian consumer base and the users and how pricing structures need to be, but broadly in terms of just the use of tech and the need for tech, it's just a matter of learning from the best and trying to bring that into the country. So yes, there is a huge opportunity in that space, and those are the type of companies we look to fund.
How exciting that I think Monica can take back as well as a point, where I think Austrade can support this initiative. I'm going to open to questions now. So if you have a question, if I could request you to please raise your hand. If you can keep the question short and sweet, that will be nice. Any questions? Yes, please.
I've been listening a lot today to the infrastructure build, and I saw Tennis Australia actually did this, and they wanted to grow their grassroots, and they went down the route of building a lot of national centres. And over the years, when I was still tennis coaching, it didn't quite work. I'm really interested in what your thoughts are from the investment point of view of where you see the pipeline of the grassroots coming in, and from a financial return point of view, where you could potentially, as well as doing infrastructure to have the access, but where do you invest to start putting the pipeline in for this youth to come through?
No, absolutely. I think the biggest shift that we've seen, apart from the change in mindset of parents and encouraging kids to play sport and stay in sport much, much longer, unlike what we experienced growing up, is the access to infrastructure. I think historically, India was very limited in sports like tennis and some of the more what were considered elite sports in the country, where you did have access to infrastructure very easily. That's becoming more and more easier for younger kids to pick up the sport now. So I think the opportunity definitely does lie in providing more access, more infrastructure in regards to coaching facilities and training centers, because as you would have heard, per capita income is going up, disposable income is much, much higher than it ever has been, which is encouraging more and more of outdoor activities, training, competitions, etc. So I think it's a huge space. That's what's going to end up in us being a sporting nation when the base of the pyramid is much, much wider. Right now it's not very wide for the size and scale of the country. So the more kids we expose to sport from a very young age, the better it is for India.
Yeah, thank you. I'm really interested to see how you guys handle that, because I think Australia's done a really good job from that education point of view, but I've definitely seen it in particular sports not go the way they want. So good luck in that, and hope it happens.
Right, thank you very much for that. Are there any other questions? All right, on that note, I'd like to thank the panel. Thank you so much for your contributions, and I think being part of this very exciting journey over the next 10-15 years for India as we grow into we are a sport-loving nation, I think, but we'll be definitely a very high sort of sports ecosystem nation as well. And I think with Australia as a good partner, it's going to be a very exciting journey. So thank you, gentlemen, for your time. Thank you, everyone, for being here with us today.
All right, I think with that, we wrap up what's been a fantastic day one, an insightful, inspiring day one in many ways, but I think it's given us a little glimpse into what we could expect from day two, and that's a whole lot more. And I think diversifying what we've already talked about today, we dive into a whole range of new topics tomorrow with an esteemed panel that continues to evolve, and we'll have a lot more coming your way tomorrow as well. But for now, I'd like to invite everyone to join us at our official dinner reception at 7 p.m. this evening on level 2 of the GIFT City Club, followed by dinner. We'll have a cultural program at 7 p.m. followed by dinner as well. So we'll see you all there, and thank you so much for all of your patience and for staying intently keen on everything that's gone on day one. Thanks, see you soon.